Hey, how we doing, guys? Yeah, that's because I had the stream up from before when I was watching Peyton. I already turned that off. Hey, I'm seeing all the hell yeahs coming in the chat right now. That's what I want to see. Yeah, I love coming in when everybody's got one of those chains going. Hey, Johan needs all our help. I definitely want to hope we can give Johan all the power we need. Johan made it last year. We definitely want to see Johan make it again this year. Johan's always been one of my favorite players. I especially love Johan's fist pumps. Hey, Evesy, how you doing? Hey, you know it, Ronsley. As soon as I see Johan get, I'm waiting for him to go crazy. Yeah, that would be Pog if Johan got his first 1.1 today. Actually, I don't even know if he has a score uncapped, so he probably won't get it. The score's not uncapped, you would only get a max out. But you never know, he might just play it through and get 3 Tetrises after a max out just to see if he could. Hey, Taurus, good to see you, man. Hey, everybody's giving Johan all the help. I think Johan's got enough help now, guys. In fact, you guys keep spamming Johan, you might give him the anti-curse. You might end up giving him worse luck. Okay, I'm not sure what's more annoying. The fact that we're saying there's annoying spammers or the fact that we got spam. I'm not sure, honestly. Yeah, you guys are all spamming and Johan hasn't even gotten started yet. Hey, I'm not even using a laptop. I'm using a desktop, and I think my desktop might actually get hot from all this spamming. Hey, I like Rhubarb. Let's not even talk about the spam. Rhubarb's got a point here. Yeah, but seriously, guys, it was funny in the beginning, but now it's just turning into a lot of spam. No more spam, guys. Yeah, Aurora's timer's saying that it's 58 minutes. Aurora, it looks like, hasn't recorded any kickers yet. Although this game right here looks like it's going to be pretty strong for Aurora. 585,119 lines, 608 now, 123. This could be a really big game for Aurora right here. Definitely hope Aurora can get on the board. Hey, Bidwell might be right if Aurora's not even recording a score under 900. I think that means Aurora's got to get a score over 900. I think it's coming right now. Okay, 636 transition. Really, really good transition for Aurora right here. Yeah, Sundeko, how it's working is the top 64 players qualify, and then we have lower brackets, a silver bracket for 65 to 96, and a bronze bracket from 97 to 128. Yeah, so how it works then is the qualifying scores goes off how many max outs you get, and then the kicker score is your highest non-max out score. And Doppelopoulos has a point. Aurora is definitely killing it this game. Aurora's getting a little bit high, though. And doesn't end up going for the Tetris there. Does end up getting this one. 749 right now on level 21. This is definitely a very, very maxable pace here. In fact, this might even a 1.1, possibly a 1.2 pace if the score wasn't capped. But Aurora's definitely got to be careful here. Aurora's going to run into some trouble. So Aurora's already about 5 or 6 high with a little bit of weight over on the left side. Yeah, definitely no sense in going for 1.2. All you need is a max out here. Aurora is burning it down. Because Aurora's only on level 22, Aurora's got plenty of time to play it safe. Aurora can afford to take a lot more conservative plays here with the runway. Doing just that, getting another one. It's 817, so Aurora's still in really, really good shape right now. Hey, I corrected myself on that one, Stanny D. Yeah, a little bit of an interesting build here for Aurora. Aurora should be able to burn this down without too much trouble. 850 at level 24, so Aurora's still on very, very good pace here. As long as Aurora doesn't get into a really bad dig, Aurora should be able to get on the board here. But 5 more Tetrises should steal it. 4 more Tetrises and possibly a bunch of triples. Okay, almost clean again. There we go. Clean again's Aurora. 867. So 4 more Tetrises will be enough. So Aurora did get some triples there. Lined it up. Getting another Tetris. 3 more Tetrises. Aurora's got the first max out. Aurora does have a 901 now. So at this point, I'm definitely expecting to see at least a kicker here. Taking a few more burns. Still got 27 more lines left till that kill screen. So definitely still way, way more time than a lot of players mostly have when you get to this level. Still 2 more Tetrises needed for Aurora here. 941. Almost ready. Set up for another one. 2 more Tetrises left here. Not getting it right away. Gets a Lombard there. 974. 1 more Tetris. We got our first max out for Aurora. Tetris ready here. Come on, there it is. And, oh no! Misshift! Come on, give it Aurora another Lombard. There it is. Wow, was that close? Aurora just barely was able to get another Lombard there. But ladies and gentlemen, Aurora is on the board. Clutch move right there with the final Lombard for Aurora. Yeah, Rainmaker 205 said it perfectly. Shoo! I thought for sure Aurora had it on that first Lombard before the misshift right there. And it is history. I think this is the first female max outs. Anna, I think, had 850,000 last year, and that was the female record. Yeah, and Odin's definitely right about Trap Zone being a female identifying 1.3. Trap Zone is one of my favorite friends in the community, too. So, I mean, it's a shame that Trap Zone's not playing CTWC. But Aurora definitely has the first ever female CTWC max out. Definitely very, very huge accomplishment for Aurora right there. Hey, you never know, Chessmaster. Anna could do anything. Yeah, I don't think Dana's ever gotten a max out in competition, though. Yeah, female power for Aurora, definitely. Ooh, dirty Tetris for Johan right there. Haven't seen Johan's fist pump here, but I'm expecting to see one pretty soon. I think that would have warranted a Johan fist bump getting that dirty Tetris. Yeah. Also, I heard that Anna switched to the right well. I haven't seen Anna play in quite a while, but that's what I heard at least. Yeah, 506 for 114 15 lines right now. Very, very good pace for Johan. Johan definitely chill here. This would be really, really great if Johan's able to get on the board in the very first game with a max. Oh, Johan didn't take that Tetris right away. Interesting from Johan here. Johan's 5 lines away from transition. This could be dicey if Johan doesn't burn this down. Oh, this is getting bad. No! Yeah, it is a crazy community, Kale Jen. Crazy community, just how many people we got that are max outers. Yeah, that didn't look like a triple setup to me. I could have sworn that was a Tetris setup. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and update the scoreboard right now. Alright, there we go. Hey, always gotta save the day, Tetris. You know it. Okay, Johan off to a good start in the second game. 25 lines, 118,000. Getting another Tetris going to 140,000 set up again. And getting another one right there, too. 163, 33 lines. Definitely want to try and keep an eye on Johan here. Johan's looking like going for a second consecutive really good pace. Meanwhile, Aurora, too. 76 lines, 338,000. Also a really, really powerful pace for Aurora here. Definitely see back-to-back max-outs on the horizon here for Aurora if Aurora can keep it stable in post-transition. And James 133 is right. Aurora is playing amazingly right now. Definitely coming on in the second half of her qual. The Classic Tetris World Championship. I'm not sure if they actually have one of those. Hey, Cygnus X406. That's not a relationship to Cygnus X1, is it? The name? Alright, a little bit of a buzzy background. Let me take a look at that. Alright, is that better? Alright, thanks. Hey, thanks for letting me know about that. Anybody else has anything about the mic, let me know. I'll be happy to adjust stuff. Hey, +1 experience. Everything starts with one step, Bidwell. All right, 583 for Aurora right here. Another really good transition. Only needs about 420,000 to get another max. Definitely hoping to see a back-to-back max here. Okay, set up. Another Tetris. Looking really good now. Meanwhile, Johan over on the right side. Little bit of a dig right now, but still a pretty good pace if Johan is able to get out of the dig. Another one to keep an eye on, too. Ooh, Aurora's getting into a dig situation here. Can still get a Tetris burning it down, but nevertheless is in full dig mode right now. 637,000 at level 20. Aurora definitely has the ability to be able to dig this out and still get the max with the pace that she's on. But definitely can't afford to get anything crazier once digging out of this. Okay, good burns right there. Good setups. Another long bar over the right should be able to fully clean out, but Aurora did not take the long bar there. However, does take the second long bar. One more burn and we'll be out of it. Fully cleaned up now, 659,000 at level 22, so still very much in max out range. Yeah, Ian's definitely right. Aurora definitely has a chance now. Getting another Tetris going to 687,000. Only a little over 300,000 points to go on level 22, so plenty of time here. Still very clean. Getting another one, 717. 719 now with a few more burns. Setting up again. Another Tetris. 749 right now before the halfway mark. So at this point, as long as Aurora doesn't get in any serious situations, it should be pretty smooth sailing to get the max. But definitely can't take it for granted, though, because 751 to 24 still does require a little bit of aggression to be able to get it. Where if you had maybe like 830 or so at 24, you can probably afford to get into a dig or take a few safe burns. But nevertheless, Aurora still is looking pretty solid. 811 still level 24. Set up Tetris ready again. Creating a Lombard dependency right now. Did get a few pieces to be able to bring the well down a little bit, but the Lombard dependency is still there. Getting bursted with O's, so this could be a little bit dicey right here. Luckily, the pace is still relatively strong, though. 820, taking a few more burns. Lombard down column 5. Should be able to mostly get this cleaned up. Currently 827 here, so 5 more Tetrises are going to be needed with 27 lines. This will require a little bit of aggressive play. 860 now. 22 more lines left to go. 4 more Tetrises. Okay, ready again. Another Tetris. We've got 3 more to go. 894. Okay, 3 Tetrises, so could afford about 5 more burns here. Okay, gets another Tetris. Still has a few burns to work with. 2 more Tetrises to go. Okay, not ready yet. Not ready yet. It is ready now. Okay, getting a little bit droughted. Only taking 1, not taking the triple there. Definitely has enough burns to go for the triple. Ends up getting 1, is ready. 1 more Lombard. Back-to-back max outs for Aurora. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a force coming up the leaderboard right now. A capital F-O-R-C-E from Aurora. Hell yeah! Yeah, Aurora don't need no kicker for sure. Back-to-back max outs. This is a really, really strong second half from Aurora. And the crazy thing is, if every game took about 10 minutes, Aurora still got as many as 5 games to go. So I can easily see Aurora getting 1 or even 2 more maxes before this is over. Hey, Blur the Fur, thanks so much for the Tier 1 sub gift. Yeah, Aurora doubters are definitely out right now. Kibi's saying it well. Yeah, I didn't see any doubters when I came in to run the stream, but then again, I didn't see Aurora's first hour either. But back-to-back to start the second hour is one heck of an achievement right here. So not only is Aurora the first female player to ever get a max out in CTWC, she is also the first female player to get 2 max outs in CTWC, and the first female player to get back-to-back max outs in CTWC. We got some history being made here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Some bona fide history. And I got a feeling Aurora's going to make even more history in the main event coming up. Because with 2 maxes, I have a feeling she's definitely going to make the gold bracket. Yeah, we don't need kickers where we're going, Higgins. Higgins is calling that. Hey, I wouldn't say kickers are for chumps. I think the kickers are going to matter for some of the higher seeds, though, hey. But for now, I mean, Aurora's no-kicker strategy looks like it's paying off psychologically. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed it either, Tetris. I mean, needing a max to get into the main bracket. If you would have told me that in, like, 2019, I would have totally laughed and died. No, you're not going to get timeouted, Mendion, but definitely don't try and do anything crazy like start another spam. Hey, Copkins, that's what it's all about. We want to bring the fun atmosphere. Yeah, we have a kicker, but the screen went so fast I couldn't even see it. Hey, I'm officially going to put it in. I mean, 28,800 is a kicker. I'm going to put it in. It's probably the weirdest looking kicker, but what can I say? But it wasn't like the one. I think Joseph's call that he got the 12 max outs. At one point, he had like an 8,000 point kicker or something like that. He had like 7 maxes in a row, and then had like an 8,000 kicker just to get a kicker from what I remember. But 22,000 kicker is definitely going to be something to see on the board unless Aurora gets some more. Now, the AK kicker was just totally a like a boss intimidation move. James is saying that for sure. Yeah, kickers can definitely play a factor. With 2 max outs, I don't think you're going to need a kicker to get in. But I know 1 max out, I think you're almost definitely going to need one. And the interesting thing, too, if you look at the leaderboard, almost every single player that has a max out has a 900-plus kicker. That is absolutely ridiculous. Hey, Ride Chessmaster's challenging Eric to see if he can beat 8 maxes. Hey, Eric had, I think, 7 maxes last year, so that's definitely a possibility. Yeah, you know it, James. That is some crazy, crazy tapping from Aurora. And not even just playing, too. Like, Aurora's a really, really good competitive player as well from some of the games I saw back in CTL. Definitely not a player to be taken lightly by any means. Hey, Stanley D has really been picking on me tonight. Yeah, I'll always take some criticism, though. I just trusted what the chat said because I couldn't see the score, but the chat said it was 28-8, multiple players. Either way, the kicker's going to change pretty soon anyway. Now, I think Eric's right about that. I would be absolutely floored if there were 64 people that got 2 maxes in 2 hours. But at this point, we already have 16 different players that have maxes. And we're only maybe like 30 or so players in right now. So at this point, we have maybe like 40% of the players in the field already have a max out. And 210 players in currently in the field. I would not be surprised, actually, if we had as many as 80 or 90 people getting 1 max out. And with all the players having 900 kickers, it could really come down to like thousands of points. Like a couple thousand points for getting in the field. Yeah, I really thought there was maybe going to be about 60 to 65 maxes whenever this started. But the pace everybody's on in the beginning, I'm almost positively going to be proven wrong here. Nah, La Tom doesn't suck. La Tom's not cringe. I think La Tom are great people. I made friends with a lot of people in the Latam community. I think Valor's coming after my pronunciation right there. And I do think Klein's right that Johan will max out. I got a feeling here. Already 543,000 transitions. Are definitely in range for one. Johan looking pretty clean here. Getting another Tetris right after transition there. 571 currently for Johan. Still pretty clean, but still can't do anything crazy. Getting into a little bit of a dig here, so... Oh, a little bit of a different adjustment there. Nothing too dangerous with the adjustment, but gotta be a little... Oh, no, a little bit of a hang there. It's gonna be 7 high. Johan might be able to get a long bar over 7 high with full dash. Unfortunately, he's not getting the piece ready. He did get a long bar, but I don't think there was enough dash to be able to use it. I'm not going to be able to use that, unfortunately. But did slightly improve the kicker. 577, 800. Okay, Aurora transitioning a little over 400,000. A little bit of a suffer game for Aurora here, but Aurora is still burning it down. It might be pretty dicey for it to be able to get the max out with this, but nevertheless, they should be able to get a relatively good kicker. Okay, another Tetris. 433,000 here for Aurora. Getting bursted by O pieces, so not really ideal right now. Still staying alive, though. Definitely got to give some credit here. But unfortunately, getting into another little bit of a high dig. Not really getting the best of pieces get out of it, unfortunately, here. Okay, and it looks like Aurora's going to be done. Actually, Aurora reset that game, so I couldn't even use that as the kicker. Yeah, Aurora reset the game so fast I can't even see what the score is for the kicker, actually. So I think we're just going to have to wait to actually see a rocket screen. For all I know, that 28,000 might not have even been recorded. Like, I just trusted you guys in the chat when multiple people said that's what it was. Hey, you know I'm back, KK Kunal. Hey, I love being the boss. I try my best, Saturnic. I didn't know that, Moo. I thought you were allowed to do a soft reset. I know you can't do a hard reset, but I thought a soft reset was okay. Hey, we'll all give you the fatherly love, Odin. Yeah, I thought you were right about that, Odin. The scores that are reset don't count. But I thought you were allowed to reset if you just wanted to reset during the game, but not to keep the score. Yeah, that makes sense then, Moo. Okay, this track is called Living City. Actually, no. Third Day is the title of the track by a band called Living City. Hey, no problem, Sador. Yeah, whenever I do my qual this Thursday, I don't care if I get a low score. I'm just playing to have fun. Because to even have a chance to get in the bracket, I'm going to have to get my first career max out in the qual. And even then, it's probably not going to be enough because it's going to need a 900,000 kicker. And I've only ever gotten 2 900,000 scores. So realistically, I'm just playing to have fun. Because even when it comes to the silver or the bronze bracket, I'm not going to be able to play in either of them because I'm doing the commentating, running the bronze bracket on the same day. Hey, Stone69 believes in me. I love it. Hey, my man Storm and Norman, having a blast. You know it. Yeah, when are you doing your qual, Stormin? No, K. Kunal, I can almost guarantee you that bronze will not require a max. Because right now, out of 210 players, I think there's maybe about 120 or so that have even gotten 1 career max, and 128 people will get to play in some kind of tournament. If I had to honestly guess, I would think the bronze cutoff would be somewhere in the 800,000 range. Yeah, silver, though, I mean, like, that one might be in the upper 900,000s. Because if possibly as many as like 80 or 90 players get maxes, you could see a very high near max needed for silver. Yeah, and James, I think there's about 210 people qualifying this year. Now, I would be pretty shocked, Guelph, if bronze was close to 900, but you never know with how good these players are getting. Yeah, if silver is the max bracket, it will be absolutely just nuts. N-U-T-S. Yeah, competition being so good now. I mean, if you just want to put things in a relative, look at 2019 when 48 players made CTWC and 672,000 was the cutoff. And I think there were only maybe 7 people that got max outs. Nowadays, I mean, you got like possibly 70 or 80 people getting max outs and not 7 or 8. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. But it's amazing, too, because like Tetris has become a bona fide esport now. And it's just growing and growing, especially with new styles like rolling coming out. One of these days, you might see Classic Tetris players on full-blown esports teams. I'd love to see it personally. Yeah, if somebody pulled a 1.3 in comp 10 years ago, people would be stopping the presses and burning down the presses. I remember people would stop the presses when somebody got a max out, period. Nowadays, a max out's more a rite of passage than a stop the presses thing. In fact, tell you the truth, even a 1.2 is more a rite of passage now. Where back when I joined the community a little over a year ago, 1.2 was a stop the presses achievement. Yeah, team-based Classic Tetris leagues, there's Classic Tetris Gauntlet. If you're interested in Classic Tetris Gauntlet, that's run by Sharky. It is a really, really great setup. There's lots of teams, there's a full-blown season, there's playoffs. The whole bit, you can win awards, trophies, and stuff. You ever want to check out something with leagues and teams, go check out Classic Tetris Gauntlet. Yeah, Kalegen, stop the presses basically means, like, no matter what you're doing, just stop and just look at what's going on because it's a massive achievement, just drop what you're doing. It's just a slang term for it. Hey, happy Tetris birthday, AV Geek. Hey, don't count Aurora out, Mario fan. I mean, the way Aurora's playing, I mean, Aurora could very well make some noise. Alright, we got ID Kirby running now, so we're going to go ahead and get Kirby loaded in. And in case you guys are wondering from yesterday, I got studio mode working this time. Okay, 661 for Aurora here. Aurora's on a pretty good pace. Ooh, a little bit of a misdrop there. Still dig out of this, though. Okay, good pieces. Still digging. I paid a little bit too late. Oh, no. Oh, Aurora still reset. Still not taking a 667 kicker. Gotta give Aurora credit. Aurora does not believe in kickers, I must say. But when you consider the level of everybody else's kicker, Rhubarb does have a point that 667 really isn't going to matter much. Actually, I think the lowest kicker anybody has is Ian's 732 kicker. And then the next lowest ones after that are already in the upper 800s. So really, a kicker under 800,000 probably really won't mean much. So I think Rhubarb's got a point there. And Anna Wolf means it. Aurora is badass. Now, I wouldn't count Nolan out. If Nolan does make the bracket, Nolan is a very, very aggressive player. Nolan definitely has a chance to do some noise if Nolan makes the bracket. But Nolan, with the one max out, Nolan does have a 961 kicker, so I think there's a very, very good chance Nolan still makes the bracket. Yeah, 6'4" has definitely got a point that if you're capable of getting multiple maxes, like 800 and 900 kickers are pretty much commonplace. At least I think so. Yeah, Nolan very well could be the bat for you this year, just completely destroying silver if he ends up in silver. Okay, Kirby is started, ladies and gentlemen. Already off to a pretty good pace in the opening game. Kirby's got some really big aspirations for this event. Kirby actually, of all the players that have been playing in this tournament, Kirby is probably one of the ones that has some of the most drastic improvement. Only a couple months ago, Kirby wasn't even a max out player, and Kirby's already a 1.2 with a 19 max out. I remember like Kirby like struggling to even get past like a 600, 700,000, maybe like only like 3 or 4 months ago. Really, really impressive to see Kirby's improvement over the last year in the community. Yeah, and a lot of the chats, Kirby's talking about just how many maxes he's going to get. So I'm really, really curious to see how Kirby does here. I'm definitely pulling for Kirby. Okay, Johan's at another really good pace here. 471,118 lines. Getting another Tetris going to 494. 2 more Tetris is still available for Johan here, so Johan can still transition above 540. Okay, getting one. 518, so next Tetris will put Johan about 542 with no more burns. Does end up taking one more burn, and one more burn will put Johan in a transition with a 520. Pretty good pace here, but Johan's going to need a pretty strong post. Starts it off pretty good with a Tetris there. Board is relatively clean, so definitely want to try and keep an eye on Johan here as Johan goes to the early levels of post-transition. Well, Kirby's getting a little bit high here as well, so Kirby's got to be a little bit cautious. Kirby still has a relatively good pace, though, so this shouldn't damage Kirby all that much if Kirby's able to get out of it. Because at the halfway point with 270,000, that definitely translates to an upper 500,000 transition of able to get out of the digs. I think it's probably the song that's echoing Torrent. Yeah, PB and quals. I think Johan might have done that last year. Because I know Johan, I think, was one of only 3 non-max outers to make the field last year. From what I remember, he got like an upper 900,000. His PB was maybe like 920 or 930. I know Aaron PB to get in the quals, and Sidnev got his first max to get in the quals. I'm pretty sure those were the only 3 PBs in the quals last year. Yeah, Hey, Johan's still looking good now. 631,000, level 23. Still needs a decent amount of score to go. Gets another Tetris going to 661. But 340,000 more points left. Got 5 more levels to do it. At this point, it's probably going to need about 9, maybe 10 Tetrises. So with 5 levels, that's going to be a pretty tall order unless Johan goes really, really aggressive. Is making the correct plays, though. Does get another Tetris crossing the 700,000 point mark. Already, however, on level 25, so a lot of aggression is going to be needed for Johan here. Okay, almost set up now. Set up again, getting another Tetris at 733,000 now. There are 250,000 total points available in the last 3 levels, so it is still theoretically possible for Johan to be able to get this. However, Johan did miss a little bit of a tuck situation where it could have got set up for a Tetris. It is going to cost a little bit more lines. Already at 204 lines. The max out is probably off the table, but nevertheless, Johan should still be able to get a relatively strong kicker here unless there's some more burns come. But it does look like more burns are coming, unfortunately. Potential setup for a dirty here, though. Can set up for a dirty. Does not set up for the dirty. The right RNG did not come. But able to get the... I don't think he can get the Lombard over, though. Not able to really get much over. Unfortunately, not getting that. But 751,200. Really good score there for Johan. Improving on the 577 kicker from before. 751,200 for Johan. Yeah, Johan, I think, was in like lower 50s or upper 60s as far as the seed last year. Yeah, seed 59. I know it was close there. Aurora's still looking pretty sharp now. 367,112 lines. Not a super good pace, but not a bad pace either. Aurora's getting another Tetris over in the left well, going to 389. Still possible to get close to a 500,000 transition, but probably going to need to go aggressive to get it. So Aurora might be best suited here, just trying to get into transition somewhere in the mid 400s and just try to go for some overall aggressive play to try and get it either a good kicker or a max out. Okay, 412 still here. Good tucks, good setup. Getting another Tetris, going to 435,000. Still 2 more Tetrises available, so Aurora can still transition around 480 or so here. Okay, 1 Tetris going in. That's 458,000. Setting up for another left well Tetris. This will transition Aurora at about 482,000. Okay, does just that 482,000 transition for Aurora here. Aurora still not fully clean, but not in any bad situation here. Ends up getting a Tetris going to 506,000. 136 lines, so still relatively early here. However, getting into a little bit of a dig situation now, so got to take a little bit of time to get out of this before you really get back to scoring. But only at 509,000, it's going to require a lot of aggressive play whenever she gets out of the dig. Is out of the dig, however. Waiting for a Lombard, not getting it. Finally gets it a little bit late. Only a couple more pieces away before it turned really problematic. 540,000 now. Still looking good. Getting another one. 566,000. Still going to need quite a bit of aggression to be able to get it even at this score. But so far, looking relatively good. Meanwhile, Kirby looks like they're doing some level 19 starts. Interesting decision here from Kirby. Kirby does have a level 19 maxed out, so it could be a viable strategy. And I have heard that some of the other players later in the tournament are planning to do 19 starts to get as many opportunities as they can to get more max outs. Sidnev was one talking about it. I think there was 1 or 2 other ones talking about it too. It might be one of the first times I've seen anybody really try to employ that strategy. So it's going to be really interesting to see if it works. And it could end up starting a trend for future CTWCs. Okay, I actually finally saw Aurora's screen, and it was confirmed the 28880 is the kicker on the screen. Finally, a split second was able to see it. So whoever in the chat said I got the kicker on actually did get it right. Yeah, Aurora's got a kicker, and I think Aurora's going to kick a lot of people in the main event whenever she gets into it. I mean, Aurora looking very, very strong in a lot of the play here tonight. Here's it. Regardless of what the kicker is, I'm almost positive 2 Maxes is going to get Aurora in. Okay, Johan on a pretty decent pace again here. 380,000 and 102 lines. So mid 500,000 range transition possible here. Johan's had several good transitions tonight. Some really, really good level 18 play. Little bit of shaky level 19 play, however, but Johan is very, very capable of playing on post-transition speeds. Johan's still relatively early in the qual, though, in the first half. Still has a decent amount of time, 1 hour and 20 minutes left. So Johan still has plenty of time to be able to get warmed up. Okay, getting another Tetris, 451,000 for Johan now. 13 more lines till transition, so potential to get 4 Tetrises with no burning here. Would get into the upper transition range of 550,000. Okay, getting one. 473 now for Johan. Fortunately, he might be forced to take some burns here, so he's going to limit the number of Tetrises Johan can get. But Johan, nevertheless, should still be able to transition over 500,000. Okay, Johan getting a double there, 480. Unless Johan goes for a dirty, Johan's probably just going to transition right here. 481 transition for Johan, but Johan is set up. Johan gets another Tetris going to 505,000. Still looking pretty solid, but is going to need a 500,000 post to be able to pull this off. Really great adjustment there from Johan. 530,000 now. Still level 19, so plenty of time here. Has already gotten 2 Tetrises just on level 19. Setting up right now J-piece dependency in columns 5 and 6. Ends up partially plugging in instead of waiting for the J-piece. Some rough RNG coming, but still relatively okay despite the RNG. But at only 539,000 at level 20, it's probably going to need to turn up the aggression a little bit after getting out of this dig. And it's 391,000 to 73 lines. This is a really, really good pace for Aurora. This is upper 600,000 range transition pace right now. And the way Aurora can play level 19, I could definitely sense a third max coming if Aurora can pull this off. Okay, Aurora set up again, still really clean. Getting another Tetris there, going up to 416,000, only 80 lines. So that still translates right now to the upper 600,000 as far as a transition. Another Tetris, still not taking any burns there. Going to 439,000, only 84 lines. Definitely keep a really, really close eye on Aurora here. Aurora could potentially maybe even get a 700,000 transition if there isn't a lot more burning. Okay, Johan out of that dig. Johan looking pretty solid here. Okay, good setup. 595. Getting another Tetris, going to 625,000. Level 24, so the max out is probably, unfortunately, going to be off the table here. But nevertheless, should be able to get a 900,000 with some really strong, efficient play. And with all the time Johan still has left, that would be a very, very solid kicker for Johan whenever Johan would get a max later. Okay, Johan's still clean here. 662. Getting a little bit droughted, though. Wrong time to get a drought, unfortunately, here. Oh, no. A little bit of a misdrop there. Oh, this is going to be bad for Johan. I don't think Johan's going to get out of this. 666, a devil's number right there. Unfortunate for Johan, but as I mentioned, Johan still has 75 minutes left. Okay, Aurora got into a little bit of a dig, but is at 502,000 now. So still a pretty good transition pace. Probably won't be the 600,000+ transition pace of before, but can still possibly, with no burns, get the 600,000 transition, which would only need about 400,000 points to be able to get the max out in post-transition. So Aurora's still looking pretty solid here. Hey, I wouldn't say everybody has 1.2s now, Clo Ranger, but a lot of people have them. To the point where it's as far as the community thinking it's a crazy achievement, it might be a little desensitized. 1.3s still get a little bit of fanfare, though. But 1.2s I don't see getting as much fanfare as they used to. Alright, 571 right now for Aurora. Aurora getting one 596 transition. Another solid transition from Aurora right here. Got to keep an eye on this one. Blasting another Tetris at 621,000, still level 19. Really, really good pace. Come on, Aurora. Get the third max out. I know you can do it. Now, a DAS 1.2 return winner, I would agree, is very, very special. I think there's maybe only like 15 or 16 players that have gotten it, that have gotten one. Kirby going really aggressive on this one here. Meanwhile, Aurora at 688,000, only at level 21. Still very, very maxable pace right here. Clean setup, 689 still. Not getting a Lombard right away, but taking a really smart safety burn skim. Finally getting a Lombard, 718,000. Tetris ready again. Really clean. Another Lombard, there we go. 746,000. Only about 250,000 points left to go, and still on level 22. Blasting another one down, we're going to 774. Aurora looking very, very sharp right here. This is 1.1 pace here, even though the scores aren't going to count over. Okay, good double. Taking another Tetris. 806,000. Only needs about six or seven more Tetrises and got all the time in the world to be able to do it. Gets another one. 836,000 going into level 24. 5 more Tetrises left right now for Aurora to be able to finish this one off. Plenty of time here. 5 full levels left. Getting another one. We got 4 more Tetrises left to go. Aurora is looking really sharp now. Yeah, return winner says it exactly. Very, very impressive. Oh no! Dig right here for Aurora. Aurora's in a dig. 868. Oh no! Aurora's in. No! And it looks like Aurora is going to keep this kicker. 868, 580. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a kicker. And it could matter later on. It very well could matter later on. But a lot of the players in the chat do have a point when you consider players with multiple maxes, like anything below at 800 really doesn't even matter at all. It is interesting, though, to see it employed that people don't save the kickers. And it's crazy because a player like me, I got an 868,000. I think it was one of my top scores of the day. Like, I'd be totally ecstatic about it. It just shows the difference in skill between a player like Aurora and a player like myself. Hey, 28,000 all the way to 868,000. Just a little tiny increase of a kicker. Every little bit helps. Yeah, Aurora is definitely going to be a monster, especially the way I've seen Aurora play in competition. Yeah, whenever the countdown reaches 0 EMB01, if you're still playing a game, you're allowed to finish your game. As long as you start the game with at least 1 second left on the clock, you can finish it. And I've seen a lot of clutch performances come in that. Actually, yesterday, Nolan ended up getting his only max out right in the very, very last game of the session. It was really, really great to be able to commentate that one. Hey, nothing wrong with being a long-time watcher, return winner. We always love our long-time watchers here. Yeah, it's a very, very welcoming community if you ever decide to start playing Return Winner. Everybody always wants everybody to do better. Everybody cheers for everybody else. There's really almost no toxicity. Everybody, too, there's lots of competition. There's lots of hype going on. You would absolutely love it. I would love if you ever got into it. Yeah, Aurora plays with no fear. I can definitely say that, Mokapon. Definitely say that much. And it's the kind of fearless play you need to be able to play this game at a really high level. Yeah, I definitely attest to that one, Jordan. I myself, until very, very recently, was doing a lot of my personal practice with tournament strats, and it played a factor into why it took me so long to be able to raise my PB. Lately, I have learned to be able to work on my game to be able to differentiate between tournament strats and PB strats, and it has helped my PBs a lot. Yeah, if you want to go to the top 8, you have to be pretty much like a 600,000 transition every time aggressive and be getting max outs almost every time aggressive. There's some players I've seen in the top 8 that can play 19 like it's 18. It's absolutely mind-blowing because I will never ever be able to do that. And Aurora being the best female Tetris player, that very well could be a true statement. Although, to be honest, I would say Trap Zone could potentially be the best female Tetris player, but Trap Zone, unfortunately, is not participating in the tournament. Trap Zone recently, as a female, got a 1.3, where Aurora currently has a 1.1, but nevertheless, Aurora still has a lot of consistency here, and Aurora definitely can make some real noise in the tournament to be able to stake her claim to it. Also, if you want to talk about aggressive, dangerous female players, Evesy is another really dangerous, aggressive female player. Evesy's another one to watch out for as well. Hey, everybody summons Tommy and Tommy appears. We love it. Yeah, Tommy NTG here is probably my favorite elite Tetris player. Definitely a shame he's not competing in this tournament, because if Tommy was competing in this tournament, he would have been my pick in my bracket to win the whole thing. Tommy is probably one of, if not the most consistent elite aggressive players in the entire community. In fact, Tommy actually is the only player to ever win the Challengers bracket of the CTM tournament and go on to win the main event bracket CTM Masters in the same month. Very, very solid player, Tommy NTG. Yeah, 728 for Aurora right now, only on level 22. Very, very good pacer. Definitely want to keep an eye on this as Aurora gets toward the end. Okay, 786 going into 23 now. Only needs probably about 7 or 8 more Tetrises. So this is very, very good range with 6 full levels to go. Clean again, waiting for a Lombar. Good RNG, good build, good tower, good double L. Getting a little bit droughted. The aggression's coming in. Wow, that was some great stacking right there from Aurora. A little bit of a misdrop, though, but a Lombard might be able to save her. Lombard does get over. Now has a J dependency. Following it in. Still has the J dependency, but that Lombard does end up filling in the J dependency. Well is reopened. Got to wait for another Lombard, however, to be able to use it. But luckily, still had plenty of pace to be able to do this. 803,000. Getting another Tetris going to 833,000. 5 more Tetrises left to go and still got about 4.5 levels, so Aurora is still very much in range here. Aurora needs a Lombard really bad right now. Ends up getting a triple. It's going to be really tough to tap a Lombard over on the left side. Left side's 10 high. Aurora's getting droughted bad right. Oh, no! Aurora, no! Hey, we're definitely looking forward to when you come back, Tommy. As soon as you get the capture card and come back, we'll be waiting for you. And definitely waiting for you to totally dominate the scene, too. Yeah, Aurora can get a final game in if Aurora ends up topping out before the end of it. But right now, unless Aurora tops out early, this is probably going to be Aurora's last game. And RickyBot's got a point. Aurora is stacking is very, very good. Hey, I'm not sure if that's true, Rory, but the only thing I can say is I don't think I have ever seen Tommy not have an early top out before transition. That's including in a lot of the events I've seen Tommy do in my Classic Tetris War server. And in other competition as well. And actually, I saw Tommy tie the record getting 7 consecutive max outs in one of the events I held in my server as well. Had a really, really good shot going for the 8th max out too. Wow, that is some crazy tap stacking from Aurora. They're getting that O piece all the way up almost 15 high. Pace is still pretty good here. Only 50 seconds left, so Aurora's got to decide if she likes this pace now and wants to try and take a run at it. In 33 lines, 144,000, I do think Aurora's probably going to stick this one out because this is a very solid pace. Meanwhile, Johan has another pretty good pace going here. 100 lines, 471,000. So this is over a 600,000 transition pace. Johan's still looking sharp here. 494 now. Tetris ready again. Waiting for another long bar. Pretty good stacking, good setup. Really good high left build. Getting another Tetris going to 517,000. Should be able to get ready again with just a few more pieces. There we go. Another piece ready. There's another Tetris for Johan. 541,000. Still has 17 lines left to go before the transition. So 600,000 transition definitely on the table here with 3 more Tetrises. Possibly even get somewhere into the 620,000 transition if Johan doesn't take a whole lot more burns. No, it's the song, Easy. I'll go ahead and change the song. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take that song out of the rotation. I don't like that song. Okay, Johan transitioning. Johan 623,000, looking really good right now. Only needs about 380,000 to be able to finish the max out. However, getting a couple dependencies here, so gotta be a little bit careful. Does end up filling him in with a couple well-timed JPs. A little bit of a mischief there. Needs a Lombard to get bailed. Unfortunately, sealed the well right as a Lombard came. Johan's in trouble again. Really unfortunate from Johan there. Johan's still got another hour, though, to get a max. Definitely keep sticking with it, Johan. All right, TT Paradigm verified and warming up. We're going to get TT Paradigm in slot 4. Hey, randomized Symphony of the Night's really fun. Symphony of the Night's one of my all-time favorite video games. In fact, I'm actually currently playing Dawn of Sorrow from Castlevania on the Nintendo 3DS right now. Like, speaking of Castlevania, I love that series. Okay, Paradigm is now on. We got 4 players running. Okay, Aurora on the last game. 120 lines, 515,000. So another really, really strong performance here in level 18. Definitely got to be a little bit careful on 19, though. Aurora's had some difficulties on 19 throughout this qual. 124 lines, 538 now. Tetris ready. So 2 more Tetrises available. Can transition around 580 or so. Unfortunately, I had to take a few burns. I'm only going to transition to 563, but still pretty good board. Only needs about 440,000 to get the max out. Can afford to probably take a few burns here or there, but generally can't go super safe. A little bit of a misshift there for Aurora. Misshift. Gotta be careful here. Misshift. Okay, is burning out of it, though. Is burning out of it. Because it's only level 20, there is still enough room for Aurora to be able to still get the max out after burning out of this, but Aurora definitely can't afford to go safe anymore. Okay, Dirty Tetris set up, waiting for a Lombard. Dirty Tetris right down the pipe for Aurora. They're at 604,000 going into level 21. Still needs 400,000 to be able to get the max out, but does have a 19 max out looking over at the PB score, so Aurora very, very much is capable of being able to get this. However, it is going to be a little bit of a tall order with the amount of points that she still needs to score. Okay, still digging, getting the right pieces, getting the right burns to be able to get out of it, but it is damaging Aurora's pace a little bit. He does get another Tetris, 653,000 now going into level 23. Still needing about 350,000 points. This is going to be a near perfect aggression after getting out of this dig if Aurora wants a chance at this. Okay, meanwhile, Kirby's on a pretty good pace down at the bottom in slot 3, too. 492,000. Playing a little bit with fire right there, barely able to get that piece over to the left. But 520,000 now at 124 lines. 2 more Tetris is still available. Little bit of a misshift there with the T piece. So it's still going to cost the pace a little bit. And this could be a little bit dicey if Kirby's not able to burn this down before transition. Is able to take the double there going to transition with a 526. This is very maxable for Kirby. Kirby, however, has a really high left building. A little bit of an O-piece misdrop there. A Lombard could be able to save Kirby, though. Oh, couldn't get the Lombard over. Yeah, great qual, Aurora. Best performance ever in a CTWC qual by a female. I don't know about all you ladies and gentlemen in the chat, but that deserves a big hell yeah! Everybody goes crazy as soon as I say those 2 words. My catchphrase. Yeah, people seem to appreciate it more when you don't know when I'm going to use it, too. Tommy changed it to a heck yeah there. Doesn't want to get blocked. All you guys are just going so crazy here. I love it. Hey, Bisbee, great to see you, man. Yeah, 456 at 100 lines right now for Johan. Johan on a 600,000 transition pace here. Definitely want to keep an eye here. Johan's already got a 751,000, so this would be a really, really great improvement on Johan's kicker if Johan could pull this off. Still looking pretty solid here. 480,000, 106 lines, so definitely has a runway to get the 4 or 5 Tetrises needed for the 600,000 transition. Smart move right there, filling in the dependency. Getting another Tetris is Johan going to 503. Still has potentially 5 Tetrises left with no burns, but 4 with a couple burns. We're going to see if Johan's going to try and take a more aggressive approach here, just try to get into transition safe. Already got one of those 5 Tetris. Does end up taking 1 burn, so it's only going to be 4 more Tetrises available. But 528,000 is still a very, very respectable, strong pace here. Getting another Tetris, Johan goes to 551,000. 3 more still available, but at this point, 2 more Tetrises should be able to get the 600,000 transition for Johan if a few more burns are coming in. It does get another one, so 576,000. Another Tetris will give 24,000 points for going into level 19, and will give Johan the 600,000 transition. Johan's definitely just got to try and play it smart in post-transition. Johan's made a lot of transitions so far in the first hour of his qual, but the level 19 has run into a lot of rough situations. However, ends up going into transition with a 578, goes to 587 with a triple. So also a little bit of an early situation for Johan. Johan's going to try and dig out of. But it is a high enough transition that Johan should be okay after getting out of it. Oh, misdrop there. Come on, needs bailed, needs bailed. Is not getting bailed. Johan is not getting bailed. Johan still got 52 minutes, though. Johan still got a lot of runway. I love Bisbee. Dwayne the Stone Johnson instead of The Rock. Dwayne the Stone 69. Todd Toggers knows where it's at. Yeah, I do somewhat agree with the character. There are a lot of spammers in this chat. Toogie putting some fuel to the fire right there. He wants some anarchy. I'm not sure how that would turn out with anarchy and Tetris. Hey, Bisbee leading the revolution too here. Anarchy is the best form of government. Interesting stuff, Bisbee. Kirby's on a pretty good pace here. Kirby going to 425,109 lines. So this right here is possibly mid 500,000 range transition pace. So Kirby can still get this if Kirby wants to go pretty aggressive. 448 now, 113 lines. Pretty good stat build, taking a few good burns. Getting a little bit droughted, unfortunately, is Kirby, but Kirby, for the most part, should be okay, because Kirby has some extremely good tapping speed. As we see right here, being able to play up as high as the left, 14 or 15 high on the left. Getting another Tetris has 476,000. 2 more Tetris is still available here, so could end up transitioning around 520,000 or so. End up taking some burns, however. It's only going to be 1 Tetris, but does get the 500,000 transition. 503 transition now for Kirby. 509 with another triple. Plenty of runway here to be able to get the max out. And as previously mentioned, Kirby has a 1.2 18 PB and a 19 max out. So Kirby definitely has the ability to get a 500,000, 600,000 transition, which would more than get the max out here. 537 getting another Tetris. A little bit of a bad build right here for Kirby. Kirby might be all able to get out of it, though. A few more pieces. Good burn there. Another good burn. Almost down the bottom. Only 3 high on the bottom. So should be okay to be able to get back to building relatively quickly. But 549,000 level 21 is a little bit under what normal max out pace would be. But Kirby, as previously mentioned, definitely has the ability to go really, really ham and get it anyway. However, RNG is not really cooperating right here with Kirby. Kirby's still not getting a long bar. Kirby needs a long bar bad right now, or be able to take potentially a triple. Long bar finally comes, but a little bit too late for Kirby there. Topping out at 553. 647 is still Kirby's top score, but only 43 minutes have counted on the timer, so Kirby still has plenty of time, almost an hour and 20 minutes to be able to make this up. And Kirby definitely has the ability to make this up, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely. Hey, I might agree with you guys that Johan might be bigger than Texas. He has the whole heart of Latam in his hands. Alright, Paradigm looking good here too. Paradigm is a 601 PB. So Paradigm with 107 lines, 383,000. Definitely has the ability to break a PB here. At this PB level, Paradigm would likely be shooting for the bronze bracket. So if Paradigm gets a PB, it could be very interesting to see if they're able to get it. 406 and 112 lines, so still looking pretty good. I don't know if I would have went for that place where Paradigm. I might have put that J piece over in 6 and 7 instead of trying to move it all the way over to 1 and 2. It's going to cost a few more burns, but Paradigm might be okay regardless. 117 lines, 410,000. We'll be able to get Tetris ready again with that piece. Is ready again. Another Lombard's coming. Paradigm is out of it, 434,000. However, only 7 lines left to go to transition. Looking at the PBs, only a 110,019 start PB. So definitely at this point, Paradigm's going to want to try and keep it as low and safe as possible. Oh, great move right there, getting that over. It's 445,000 transition. At this point, Paradigm might be able to just play it safe and get it all the way down and still be able to manage a good score. Unfortunately, not being able to get the pieces over, unfortunately. Ended up topping out with a 445, but really, really great try there from Paradigm. No, the bronze bracket is not a joke. The bronze bracket is definitely happening. It's going to be seeds 97 through 128. What the cutoff is going to be for that bracket, I'm not sure. But it's definitely happening. And I'm actually going to be the one commentating and running it. And whenever I'm doing match commentary, I often bring a lot more energy and hype into it than I do now. So you guys will definitely be in for a good treat there. Oh yeah, they are all over the place, Tyrannosaurus Rad. Although I've only used it twice so far. Hey, thanks so much, Tetris. Love it. Always try to make it lots of fun. I am trying to be a little more chill here, though, because it's a different kind of environment than matches. Okay, tin and zinc brackets. That will be interesting. Hey, put a request to the Classic Tetris people, see if they want to put in a tin or a zinc bracket next year. I think it ended at 5 yesterday. You can always have the platinum bracket to be above gold, maybe. Just have the 16 players that all get 8 max outs. Tungsten bracket. We could always have the coal bracket. Hey, I'll play a bracket that has Heist commentary in it anytime. Heist is one of my favorite commentators in the entire Classic Tetris community. I've actually co-commentated with Heist on a couple of occasions. It always goes really, really great. Yeah, Sharky did do a showcase for Classic Tetris Gauntlet. That was part of the Classic Tetris Gauntlet Ignition Season All-Stars. I actually played in that. I had a lot of fun doing that. Okay, aluminum bracket for holding up the TV. Can have the plastic bracket, too. Or maybe even the ice bracket. You can just make it on the fly from water. Okay, Kirby looking good here. Kirby, 123 lines, 456,000. Should be able to get a 500,000 transition as long as not too many more burns occur. Okay. You cannot take any more burns to get the 500 transition, but is set up for it now. Unfortunately, not getting the RNG, so pretty much forced to burn it down. Is getting us suspiciously high, though. Got to be careful here. Got to be really careful. There have been numerous... Oh, no! What I was going to say is I have had numerous situations where I get greedy going for that last Tetris, and RNG just trolls me. Kirby's still got an hour and 10 minutes, though. Come on, I believe in Kirby. I know Kirby can do this. Everybody in the chat, just come on and will Kirby into this. Come on, we know Kirby has this. I'm smelling at least 2 max outs in the second hour for Kirby. There we go. We got the Kirby chain going. Everybody come on and say, let's go Kirby. Come on. Yeah, to my knowledge, Sharky and JD are going to be doing the silver bracket. I think I'm going to be doing the bronze bracket with Bidwell and Kingsman, from what I remember. I looked at the schedule at one point. I don't remember the exact setup of it. But I think those are the two I'm doing it with. But I'm really looking forward to doing that. Alright, we got Teba cheering Kirby on too. Do it for Kanata Uzumi Smile. Alright. Okay, Paradigm on another good pace right here. 428,114 lines. Paradigm chasing a 601,000 PB, so this is very makeable for Paradigm as long as Paradigm transitions pretty low to the ground. Okay, 432 now, 118 lines. So Paradigm in a little bit of a dig, so Paradigm's got to be really careful here. It's already hung a little bit of a Z piece, but still okay for the most part. Oh, the misshift right there. That's going to be it for Paradigm. Unfortunate there. Paradigm still got a lot of time, though. Still got an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, Stanny D, JD, I don't think JD's really going to feel any pressure at all because JD knows he's going to get in the bracket no matter what. Hey, I'm going to try my best not to have a stream match with Kingsman. I'm going to really try and be real professional with the big Classic Tetris audience. But I am going to have some hype in the big matches, though, so no worries about that, Elp. Okay, Johan on another good pace right here. 351,071 lines. That's mid 600,000 transition pace for Johan. Definitely want to see if Johan can keep this one up. Getting another Tetris, taking some minimal burns here and set up for another one. That's 374 at 76 lines. Another Lombard will be able to put him pretty close to 400,000. Does just that, goes to 80 lines, 397,000. Johan's still really tearing it up here. Johan has had some really, really good paces in level 18 throughout this game. As long as they're able to completely get to level 19 down, which in some of the games I've definitely seen flashes of it from Johan, Johan should be in great position to get on the board with a max. Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work, Poobie, but I know I'm going to be doing the full stream for it. I'll have the whole bracket set up and everything. Whoever's calling Dan Vinky Ban Winky, I mean, Dan Vinky's awesome. One of my favorite guys. Yeah, I still owe Dan Vinky a rematch in friendlies, too, whenever Kingsman and Burke can set it up. Dan Vinky would probably clean my clock now compared to back when I played him and he wasn't a max outer yet. But it's all about fun. I don't care. You notice I'm not making any excuses about that elf that he was asleep when we played. Hey, I would love to, Teba. It's been a long time since we played, too. You were one of my favorite opponents. We probably played each other like 8,000 times. Yeah, so glad to see you back around, because I haven't seen you playing too much lately. Hey, bring it on, Dan. Looking forward to it. I'll consider it a victory if I don't get shut out if I play you now, though. Oh, I misunderstood that, Al. 10 minutes ago, he said he was going to sleep. I misunderstood that. Okay, we got Johan on a really good pace. Now, 621 and 137 lines into level 19. Only needs about 380,000 to finish. A really safe move right there from Johan. Looks like he's doing a little bit of a different approach this time. Not trying to go super aggressive if they don't have to. In this case, just taking the Tetrises as they come. The transition is high enough that Johan should be able to get the max as long as he doesn't go crazy. Unfortunately, getting droughted by RNG here. Really well-timed Lombard to be able to fill that in. Not Tetris ready, unfortunately, but Johan's going to need to be able to do something over on the left side of the board. Is doing that. Great pieces there. Great here. A few more burns should be able to get it back down. 642,000 currently level 21. So this is still maxable. The board is clean again for Johan currently. So a few more pieces. Unfortunately, sealing the well there. Creating a little bit more weight. Getting the weight fixed, but this is costing some pace. Well is reopened. Another Tetris for Johan going to 676. Still at level 22, so the max out is still very much on the cards here. Did not use the O-piece to get Tetris ready. Looks like Johan's trying to go a little bit more for some overall board safety than trying to get generally Tetris ready. Usually a very good strategy in competition whenever you're trying to go for certain score tiers. But at this point, with 682,000 at level 23, Johan can't afford to go too safe. However, is running into some bad pieces right now. This is going to be a little bit dicey for Johan here. Johan not out of the woods here. Johan's getting some pieces over. This is dangerous trouble. Oh, no. 687 for Johan. Johan had a really good pace going. Now, I actually think in the first two levels, I think Johan played it pretty good. Just trying to take a few burns, keeping the board relatively down. Because transitioning around 600,000, you probably only need maybe 11 or 12 Tetrises to get the max. And being able to get one Tetris a level, you can afford some more of the burns there. I think Johan just ran into some really bad RNG. He was playing it right. And he very well could be. Johan just wants me to do another hell yeah. Because I'll tell you, if Johan, after some of these games, end up getting another really big score setting up the crowd, he's going to get one from me. Okay, 603 for Kirby, level 22 here. Looking pretty solid. Board is pretty clean. Unfortunately, no real good plays to put some in pieces. Getting really high now. Come on, needs bail, needs a Lombard, needs a Lombard. Lombard is not coming. Oh, I was going to say finally comes, but couldn't spin it. Well, still got about an hour, though. Get all the kinks out of your system now, Kirby. I got a feeling you're going to get a big one. Hey, Kirby's just warming up. And I got a feeling in the immortal words of March that warm-up's going to be done pretty soon for Kirby. He's going to start tearing it to pieces. Now, EMC, the top 64 qualify for the gold bracket. Then we have 65 to 96 playing in a silver bracket, and 97 to 128 playing in a bronze bracket. So there's a lot of different players that signed up that are going to get a chance to play. Hey, Rory's right about Heps. Heps clutched those max outs at the very end. Johan could very well do that, because I've seen what Johan's capable of. Okay, Paradigm on another good pace here. 369,109 lines. Paradigm has had some troubles in level 19, but a really high transition could offset some of those troubles. Okay, good move right there, trying to seal the well. Oh, mischief there. That mischief could... Oh, that mischief got him. That mischief got him, unfortunately. But Johan's on another pretty strong pace early on here. 47 lines, 236,000. So worth keeping an eye on for sure to see Johan get another 600,000 transition. Hey, my apologies, CT Paradigm. Hey, I hate the commentators curse too, but that's what commentators do, unfortunately. I've been cursed my share of times as well. Alright, next time Paradigm's on a pace, I'm not going to say anything and see if it helps. Hey, Paradigm doesn't want me to say anything, I'm not going to say anything. If it helps, I stand corrected. We'll see. Oh, never, Biggie Mac, never. I love everybody. Oh, wow, I must have totally missed that. Who insulted Nenu? Who would ever want to insult Nenu? I love Nenu. Then again, I love everybody. Ah, Vince insulting Nenu. Oh, boy. Ah, thanks so much, Marks. Now, I don't really eat pasta all that much, Namori. I'm mostly a big meat eater when I eat things. Real meat-heavy diet here. Oh, Dan Vicky knows me too well. Continue saying things unsaid. I'm not going to say anything. Ah! Didn't insult Nenu, just calling the game subpar to the maxes. Ah! I see. Yeah, Vince knows where it's at. Vince would never insult Nenu. Yeah, Vince is one of my favorites here. Yeah, I might need to go back and watch if Nenu's 5th max needed a chair. I must have been long asleep when that happened. Hey, anytime, Vince, anytime. Hey, wooden chair supremacy, you know it, Poopy. Or it could be like me and my floor chair. Everybody always makes fun of when I have my crotch cam when I have my floor chair set up. I embrace it. It's my style. Yeah, there's really no other sensible way I could put the camera where I'm sitting, though. Alright, pretty good setup from Kirby. Kirby getting a really nice dirty Tetris there. 414,101 lines. Pretty good pace. That's upper 500,000 transition range. Scoring another one. That's 439,000 now. Still got 24 lines left to go to transition. So Kirby can still, with some really, really high aggressive play, get a near 600,000 transition. But Kirby has had some real struggles in post-transition so far tonight. So Kirby's probably want to try and go a little bit safer going into transition. Possibly go in with only a couple Tetrises and maybe somewhere in the low 500s without getting super aggressive unless the RNG allows it. Hey, GD packing. Heist. What can I say, Heist? Hey, you know it, Messix. You know it. So what, a new emote for GD packing? Or what is it? I'm gonna start even some more trends now? Come on. I thought the hell yeahs were enough of a trend. Kirby running into some big trouble right here, unfortunately. Okay, Kirby still got another hour, though. Kirby still got another hour. Hey, my wife loves it. My wife giggles whenever I say it, too. And for anybody that knows the reference, no, I actually have not used the ASMR hell yeahs with my wife yet. Yeah, Rhubarb knows it, yet. Operative word, yet. Rhubarb knows exactly where I'm coming from. And Stainy D, no, to say it, RNG sucks in NES Tetris. I mean, that's news to all of us. I mean, every single person knows that RNG in NES Tetris sucks. The question is, does everybody in NES Tetris know how much RNG sucks? No, I actually got this music from the CTWC people. I don't think this one's playing twice. I'll go ahead and change the song if you guys don't like this song, though. Yeah, I didn't really care for that song either. I just went ahead and got rid of it. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to have the stream open when I qualify or not, Dan. Not sure. I'm 50-50 on it. Okay, another pretty sick pace from Johan here. 82 lines, 379,000. Still want to try and keep an eye out here. Johan, as previously mentioned, has had a lot of high level 18 starts. The 19's been a little bit shaky in some of the games, but Johan very, very capable of making up for it. Still has 23 minutes left to get a really good score, though. So potentially 2, maybe 3 more games after this one, depending on how they go. Yeah, I thrive on the pressure, though. For some odd reason, I tend to play better when people are watching. I don't know why. As long as I don't get myself to peek at my chat and misdrop, which is something I'm still working on. Oh, that sucks, Dan. Getting raided by Corion. That sucks if you do bad after that. Ah, King's been lowering the hammer, giving some timeouts. Oh boy. Johan transitioning pretty high here. He's going to need a long bar to be able to bring this down a little bit before transition hits. Is not getting it, unfortunately. Finally gets it a little bit later. Another long bar right now would be really, really good. Ends up getting that one about 1 piece too late. So going to be 9 high over on the left side. It's going to be really, really hard for any dash player to be able to hit. Does bring it down a little bit. Still be taking a few burns. I was not going to be able to get that over. Okay, we still got 21 minutes and 12 seconds left for Johan here. So Johan's got as many as 3 full shots here if Johan's able to go late in the transition on all of them. So still some runway for Johan to be able to clutch this out. Meanwhile, Kirby looks like he's having a little bit of a pretty stronger game now, too. 488,118 lines. This is looking relatively solid here. Kirby should be able to get a mid-500,000 transition here. Has 3 Tetrises still available with a couple burns. 2 definitely if a couple burns need to be taken. But Kirby's doing exactly what he needs to do to be able to try and recover this. Okay, gets 1 Tetris. That's 512,000 now. Still taking a few burns, gets another Tetris, has 2 more burns available before transition, 535,000 now. Looks like he's going to go into transition, though, with a little bit of a slightly Monka-esque setup. But Kirby has some really, really fast tapping speed and try and manage through this pretty well. 539 transition for Kirby here. Kirby relatively clean, burning it down, Tetris ready. As long as Kirby doesn't get super aggressive and just knows to take a few conservative burns whenever they come in, Kirby should be okay. But I have noticed that Kirby has made a lot of really aggressive plays in post-transition so far during this qual. Kirby might want to try and slow down the aggression a little bit unless it gets really, really late into post-transition. Maybe around like level 26 or so before going really, really aggressive.
Right now, Kirby only has a 647,000 kicker, so he's probably going to want to try and at least improve a little bit on that kicker with at least one of the games coming up. But 598,000, make that 624,000 at level 21, is still very much in max out range if Kirby can keep up this pace. Definitely want to keep an eye on Kirby throughout the rest of this one. Okay, scoring another one, we got 651,000 now for Kirby. 654 with another burn. Not Tetris ready yet. Is Tetris ready again? Board is still relatively clean. This is a much, much more solid game from Kirby than some of the other ones, but RNG's coming down a little bit rough right now. Oh no, this is really rough RNG right here for Kirby. Kirby needs to be able to get something over to the left side. Not getting anything over right away. Still taking a few burns to possibly get an line bar. Oh, he's not getting it. 660, 640. Now, this RNG is putrid for Kirby right now. I gotta tell you guys. I mean, honestly, that was probably one of the most solid games I've seen Kirby play so far. That was right on the way to a max out. I mean, that had to have been like a 20-piece drought or something like that. That was just brutal. You still got time, though, Kirby. You still got 50 minutes. You can get this, Kirby. You can get this. Maybe it's the judge's curse. Whenever the judge has to actually go over your whole setup, all of a sudden RNG just gets more brutal because they know it's CTWC. That might be a potential explanation here. Hey, I never said I definitely blamed you, Bidwell. I just said it was a possibility. Just a possibility. RNG stands for real nice guy. That's the first one I thought of. Hey, Wagner CW blessing some in right now. Good RNG symbol. Okay, respect no gamers. That's an interesting one from Vandy. Yeah, Mr. Bastien, I think there's two Kirbys. There's Kirby 703 and then ID Kirby. If there's another one, I'm not sure. But those are the two I know of. Now, Svavar is an absolute beast. I've watched a lot of Svavar's games before. I would say Svavar, as far as his consistency is stacking, is probably one of the players I aspire to be as a DAS player. And I do enjoy the Kirby games. There is Kirby the video game character. There's also Kirby Smart, the head coach of Georgia football. Also Jack Kirby, who I think was a comic designer. Kirby Puckett, baseball player. That's a good one from Bidwell. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger, but there's General Franklin Kirby in that movie. Yeah, I think that was glaucoma that cut his life short, Bandy. Yeah, you are right about that, Namor, but there are some older people in the crowd that might have got that. Hey, people ask me to name Kirby's. I gotta name what's on my mind. Brave Little Toaster. That's a movie I haven't seen in a really, really long time. I don't even remember that much of it, to be honest. Okay, Fran Kirby, the football player. I don't think I've ever heard of him. Alright, we got the Kirby fan club building up. We got Maxwell 5 cheering Kirby on. Come on, Kirby. He's a pretty good pace here, too. 371,096 lines. Mid 500,000 range right here. Definitely want to keep an eye on this. I never knew that, Moose. Soccer was a British term. I never knew that. Hey, I learned something every day here. Ooh, great tuck from Kirby right there. 399 at 106. Pace is getting damaged a little bit here, but nevertheless, Kirby should be able to get cleaned up in a few more pieces as long as some bad RNG doesn't hit. Can get a double with a Lombard. Opts not to go for it instead. Just ends up filling that in with a J piece and then waits. Works out well. A few more burns. Kirby is cleaned up again. 117 lines, 408,000. So at this point, Kirby should be able to get an upper 400,000s transition. Would require a lot of aggression post-transition to be able to get the max out. But either way, Kirby should be in a position to greatly improve his kicker. Okay, back over to Johan. Johan, 74 lines, 298,000. Also a pretty solid pace. Not really a good place to put that O piece for Johan. But Johan's a good time Lombard there. A couple pieces should be able to reburn this out for Johan and get back to scoring. Johan's had a lot of good level 18 games. We're just waiting for Johan to finally get a really good click on level 19. A couple more games left to go for Johan, but I got a really, really good feeling about this. Kanata Izumi is the name of the character in the Discord display picture. Hey, cool stuff. I never knew that. That's awesome. Okay, 530 for Kirby. Kirby has transition. Kirby is already on level 20. RNG's coming a little bit rough, but the pieces, a couple good pieces came. A Lombard did come. Oh, a Lombard dependency over on column 1 right now. This could be dicey if it doesn't come. Some rough pieces are coming, filling a lot of stuff in on the right side. That Lombard dependency could be dangerous for Kirby. Kirby is burning some of it down, though. I ended up sealing the well right when the other Lombard came. Reopened again, sealed it again with the JP, so a little bit more burning going to be required of Kirby here. A little bit safer now. Most of it has gotten down. The pace is just slightly damaged, though. 570,000 at level 22. It's going to require about 430,000 for Kirby to be able to get the max out. So it's not going to be the easiest of maxes, but a player that's capable of getting a 1.2, it's definitely not out of the realm. But still, at this point, there's still a lot of digging going on with Kirby here. Kirby's still just trying to fight to be able to keep the board relatively healthy. 585,000 at level 23. 588 now with a few more burns. So still going to be a little bit dicey, but Kirby currently has a top score of 660,000. Kirby should at a minimum be able to improve on that score as long as they don't get any more burns. Yeah, I see a couple of people in the chat saying that Kirby was 1.2 on an emulator. I actually was not aware of that. That could potentially be a point there. You still got some time, Kirby. You still got 40 minutes, Kirby. You can get this. You can definitely get this, Kirby. Okay, Johan, 567 currently, 568, getting another Tetris. That's 593,000 going into level 20. So still a pretty good score, about 400,000 points left to go. Still got about 8.5 levels. So this is very makeable for Johan. Johan's current top score of 751,000. Shouldn't have too much trouble breaking that score with a really clean board with Johan's skills. As long as Johan does get into a situation where he gets too aggressive, Johan should be okay. Okay, great burns there. 607. Board is fully clean again. Just be able to set up really clean, set up for Tetris. Just take them as the game comes. Don't play super, super aggressive, and you'll be okay here, Johan. Okay, doing just that. Clean again. Lombard's coming. There we go. Another one for Johan. That's 637,000. Okay, Tetris ready. Still pretty clean. Good pieces. Oh, that was a little bit of a risky one there. I might have just taken the safety double. Does take the safety double with that second piece and gets the Tetris. That's one thing I did notice about Johan. It seems like he's a little more reluctant than some players to just take the double or take the safe piece when it comes. He finally did take the safety there, and he did manage to save his board. But 674,000 now at level 23. It is making the max out a little bit more difficult to hit with the amount of runway left. 5 more levels left, 679,000. So Johan's going to need to go really, really aggressive at this point just to have a chance at it. But either way, some regular safe play and Johan should still be good for about an 800,000 range, possibly a 900,000 with some really good play. He's 686 now. Board is mostly back down to the bottom. Johan can maybe opt to try and go for a column 2 Tetris if he wants to try and get a little bit aggressive. Looks like he's not going to do that. He's just going to try and burn it down normally. 701 currently at level 25, so the max out is probably unfortunately going to be off the table for Johan in this game. But Johan still nevertheless should be able to get a really good kicker here. Okay, getting a little bit trolled by RNG. One Lombard does come. Creates a Lombard dependency 6 high over on the left. It ends up burning it down to 5 high. Really good move. Great move from Johan there. Oh, Johan didn't see the Tetris. Johan did not see the Tetris there. Finally gets a Lombard. That was a really, really close bail there. Oh, mischief from Johan. Mischief from Johan, but Johan luckily was not too high up the board. Johan should be able to fix this. 748 now from Johan. 749. Johan looks like he will improve his score in this one. He has 751, 600. Johan has improved his kicker. Couple more Tetrises and Johan should be able to get into 800,000 here. 3 more Tetrises still available. Over 30,000 points of Tetris, so it's still possible for a mid-800,000 score from Johan. But RNG is trolling Johan a little bit here. Only ended up getting a triple. Maybe 763. Already almost a kill screen, so probably only room for maybe one more Tetris if it can get burned down. But could still get 800,000 with a Tetris here. Set up. Johan gets it. 805 for Johan. Johan finishes that one strong. Johan still got 7 more minutes to improve on it, ladies and gentlemen. Great game from Johan. Yeah, there's 64 players for the main gold bracket of the tournament. And then it would be there's 32 players for the silver bracket and 32 players for the bronze bracket. So a total of 128 overall players out of the 210 that signed up will be playing. Honestly, I'm not sure what the bronze bracket cutoff's going to be, Rhubarb. If I had to make an honest prediction, I would say the bronze bracket cutoff's probably going to be somewhere around low 800,000s. Maybe like 820 or 830. 807, I think, will be pretty borderline for the bronze bracket, but still possible because you never know what people are going to do, and it's 128 spots. Hey, anything can happen. Anything can happen, Vandy.
looks like Retro Bobby just hit a new PB. That's awesome. Big GG's for Retro Bobby on that one. Hell yeah! Hey, 100K increase. That's a really big increase when you get up to the 600, 700K level. Really big increase. Okay, keep pushing out. You'll get a max up before you know it. In Neo, the PB in the 18 and 19 means the level that you're starting at, what your highest score is from starting at that level. So most of the players in this qual start at level 18, so it would be whatever their high score is starting at that level. Then, like, players that want to start on level 19, it's a high score from that level. Some really good aggressive play from Kirby, getting back-to-back Tetrises there. 99 lines, 375,000, so this is a 500,000 range transition pace. Kirby has a little bit of a big mound in the middle of the board, so Kirby's going to want to try and focus on getting that burn down. From there, Kirby's definitely has the option to try and go a little bit more aggressive, or try and just play it safe going into transition. Right now, it looks like Kirby is trying to play it a little more safe, just trying to burn it all the way down before getting back to the building again. A lot of players have different ways to do it. Some players might just want to build immediately to go for Tetris the second they're able to get into a clean situation. And some players just want to take it all the way to the bottom, taking a few extra burns before they try and get into it. There's really nothing wrong with either style, honestly. Hey, Akademus, good to see you, man. Looks like he's been summoned. Yeah, and honestly, it's strategies that I should probably employ a lot more often in my games too, because I've been known to get a little too aggressive sometimes as well. One of my biggest issues a lot of times is I just don't know when to cut my losses and take the burn, because sometimes I don't realize to myself, like, if you get into a dig, you're going to take more burns than those, like 5 or 6, like, conservative burn sequences would have cost combined. Okay, AK Grandmaster getting ready to go live. We're going to go ahead and add AK Grandmaster. Okay, we got AK Grandmaster live now. Qual has started. We're a few minutes in. Yeah, AK Grandmaster is a player I've played against in competition before. Very consistent player. Somebody that I definitely think has a shot to be able to go for some really good scores here today. 783 KPB. So this will be a really, really great time for AK Grandmaster to get a first 800,000 and possibly make a run to go into the bronze bracket. Definitely going to be cheering for him. All right, Johan finishing strong right there. Johan getting an 807. All right, let's put that score in, ladies and gentlemen. Nah, Johan will never commit seppuku. Johan's the man. I love him. Now, Sudoku. Sudoku sounds a lot better, Aki. Yeah, great games today, Johan. You fought really hard. Great games. I think you have a pretty good shot at making the bronze bracket with that score. And with how I've seen you play in competition, you have a really great chance to win it, too. Hey, DBS. Great to see you, man. Hey, thanks so much, TT. If you don't mind, I'll start to comment you again. Okay, look at my DM. What do I got? Academe is sending me a picture of somebody committing seppuku with Sudoku. That is a really great picture, Aki. I love it. Kirby getting off to another good start here. 195,048 lines. So I want to keep an eye on this one. Everybody else looks like they're still in the pretty early going, so not really a whole lot to report yet. But 62,265, Kirby's still on a pretty good pace to get a mid 500,000s transition here. That'd be 288 at the halfway point, so that would translate to about upper 500,000s possibly. So keep it up, Kirby. You got a real good shot here. I would say the most interesting moment during the quals today would be Aurora getting back-to-back maxes after Aurora didn't get any for the first hour. And I would say overalls from the quals I did yesterday and today, it will be Nolan getting his only max out of the qual in the very last game to clutch it. But a lot of great Tetris being played here. Hey, Tetris is feeling AKGM right here. PB possibility here. I'll be awesome if AKGM can do it. Still got an hour and 51 minutes, so very, very long way to go in the qual. Looks like getting a little bit of late warm-ups in here. Yeah, Axe Student, I do not think 2 max outs for the main bracket, but I do think you're going to need a max out to get in. And I do think there's going to be enough max outs that some people that got a max out without a really good kicker might actually not be able to make it. It's just amazing how powerful this field has gotten over the last few years. Alright, Aki's staking his claim as GMA in the chat. And that GMA does not mean Good Morning America either. Yeah, to my knowledge, I think anything level 9 or higher is allowed, but I don't think anybody uses anything other than 18 or 19. Yeah, you'll have just as good a chance as anybody, Noel. I've seen you play. You're a pretty good player. Ah, good morning, Vietnam, says Aki. There we go. Yeah, you still got an A68K yesterday, Lou. That was pretty impressive. Yeah, Hydrant basically really mastered the art of the rolling technique. And at that point, he's able to play past kill screen. He actually had a 1.3 going into kill screen during his run, too. Yeah, so if the cutoff was around Yusuf, I mean, that would be 2 max outs. And honestly, that would be absolutely ridiculous if you needed 2 max outs for the main. I still don't think it's going to be that, because last year I think there were only like 20 or 21 players that had 2 or more max outs. So even if that was doubled or tripled even, it would still be like 50 or 60 double max out players. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't happen with how crazy the fields have been, but I still think it would be highly unlikely 2 max outs wouldn't get you in. Yeah, I think Quay's going to be playing in about an hour and a half or so. Hey, thanks so much for the sub, Arden. Now, Omerg, I've heard some of the elite players are going to be doing 19 starts. I was talking with Sidnev not too long ago. He said he was going to do some 19 starts, which honestly is probably an optimal strategy for the elite players if they're able to consistently get 19 max outs, because the speed's 50% faster when you get to level 19, and being able to get a game done in like 5 or 6 minutes as opposed to like 9 or 10 minutes, that could get you precious extra games towards the end of the qual to go for the highest number of max outs. Now, Nolan has a pretty good kicker. Yeah, I think he has like a 969 kicker or something like that. So I think Nolan very much has a chance to be able to get in the bracket with a good kicker like that, having a max. And what's crazy, too, is the cutoff was like 920,000 last year. People were able to get in without even getting a max out. Yeah, the qual stream is going to be going as long as there's some people qualling. There are some blocks where there's nobody qualling, so it's going to be off then if they do it. But I would say the majority of the hours this week they're going to have a commentator. All right, Kirby looking strong here. 797 for Kirby right now, level 26. Come on, Kirby, finish this off. Kirby needs about 6 Tetrises to get this. 5 and some change possibly, but looking really clean here. All right, Kirby, play it safe here. Come on. There we go. There's a Tetris for Kirby. 5 more Tetrises to go. Gonna need to go really aggressive to be able to get it here, but Kirby looking much, much stronger this game. 837, 840 now with another burn. Lombard dependency forming right now, but could potentially turn that into a dirty well with the right pieces. Looks like Kirby's doing just that, turning it into a potential dirty well. Unfortunately, the Lombard came a little bit late there. 851 with no burns. There's still 3 Tetrises available. Did take a burn, so it's only going to be 2, but Kirby can still get a 900 here. Kirby right now still setting up, gets another Tetris. 1 more Tetris will get Kirby the 900 and put him in a really, really great spot to make either the silver or the bronze bracket. And have a very, very good kicker if a situation arises, Kirby gets a max out later. Come on, 1 more Lombard for the 900 for Kirby. Come on, Kirby, give him the Lombard, give Kirby the Lombard, give Kirby the Lombard, give Kirby the Lombard! 892,060, very, very good game from Kirby. Nice recovery there. I really, really thought you were going to get that 900 there, Kirby. But either way, an 892,000 will be a pretty good kicker if you're able to get a max out in the last 20 or so minutes. Definitely got faith in you can do this, Kirby. Yeah, Cold Blue Reason's calling it right now. Show him your true form.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, 892,000 would secure at least one of the brackets. I highly doubt more than 128 people are going to get higher than 892,000. Hey, I'm ideally saying he believes. I believe too. Come on, we all believe. Get that max out, Kirby. Come on and get that max out. Yeah, I got a feeling Quade's going to get at least a couple max outs. Yeah, maxes this year for JD. JD got 12 last year. JD could very well do the same thing again. I mean, I'm not going to bet against JD getting 12 again. Yeah, I would think 892K would be bronze too, Chessmaster. Okay, an hour and 42 minutes in. Kirby's probably still got 2, maybe 3 more games left. Yeah, Dog, Andy, and Alex T are all sitting getting 7 or 8 or more. I actually think Andy might be the best bet to get the #1 overall seed. Although Alex T is very, very capable of doing it. Alex T is probably one of the most aggressive, consistent players in the entire community. Yeah, whatever bracket Alex T gets in, he is a very, very deadly player. I would definitely not bet against him unless there was a really, really big superstar. Yeah, so Bidwell's saying that the percentage bronze cutoff being A68 right now, that would still be pretty good for Kirby to be able to make it. Yeah, I have seen Alex T make some absolutely unbelievable saves playing in some of his games. I mean, he was getting like 16 high taps over to the right on 18 speeds. It was ridiculous. He was able to play like 10, 11 high on 19 too. He has like 19 or 20 hertz speed tapping from what I remember seeing. Yeah, #1 seed is going to be interesting to see who gets it. Looking at the board right now, I'm pretty sure that Hydran and Nenu are probably going to make the top 8 and be the top seeds in their respective brackets. But it's going to be interesting to see which of the other big guns are going to get around 8. Yeah, I would say Alex T is pretty consistent, Chessmaster. Yeah, JJ, this music here, it's a song called Float. It's in a list of CTWC songs that were given to me. I'd have to look up and see who actually sings it, because it's not listed on the file here. Yeah, Eric's a pretty fast tapper. I've seen Eric go to like level 38 or level 39 with tapping. Public access to it, I'm not sure, but I was given a Dropbox. So maybe you can ask Vince to see if you can get the Dropbox. Oh, wow. 400,000 points at a level 29 start. That's pretty sick. I mean, if Alex can do that, I mean, even without rolling, Alex might be able to go really crazy in this tournament. I'd be willing to make a prediction right now. There's going to be at least 1 or 2 matches late in the tournament, in the later rounds, that are going to be decided by people playing 100,000 points in kill screen. I'm willing to call it right now. Honestly, Poopy, I think they're both equally impressive. Having the efficiency to max at 24, plus having the coordination and the speed to be able to play on kill screen for 8 levels. I mean, I think they're both equally impressive. I'm actually curious, what is the theoretical lowest you can actually get a max on? Is it 22 or 23? I don't remember. Yeah, what is the actual record for the earliest max any player's ever gotten? Oh, Sidnev just got it. That's awesome. I know from a 19 start, you get 1,200 extra points per Tetris from the earlier levels, which over the course of about 20 or so Tetris is basically a free Tetris's worth of points. Yeah, that's ridiculous with Sidnev with that kind of efficiency. Wow, 770. That's got to be near a perfect transition with almost no burns. I didn't even know if that was possible. I mean, the RNG you'd have to get to be able to do that, or just the sheer tapping speed and stacking. That's nuts. Now, Hydrant's 1.6. I think he had a 1.3 going into kill screen. Then he got about a 300,000 or so after it was hit kill screen. Yeah, Dog's playing this year, Crystal. Yeah, he's definitely got to defend his title. And again, the way I've seen Dog play, Dog very well could defend his title. Hey, if I've seen anything over the time I've been in this community, dogs play Tetris very well. Okay, Mojo Monkey, what a kicker means in the standings is, if you have the same number of max outs as another player, your kicker determines who gets the higher seed. Yeah, I think Moodus is right there. I think, honestly, there could be as many as like 20 or so different players that would have a legitimate chance to win it all. It's all going to come down to how the brackets flow, because some people might end up getting in a really, really bad bracket that could have won it all in a different bracket. Yeah, Cheese too. I mean, Cheese could be a really good contender with his rolling things. Huff also. Huff's really gotten good at rolling lately too. My thought is, anybody that's good enough to get into the top 64 is good enough to go ham at any point. It's all going to be about the consistency as far as how people are going to do in that bracket. Yeah, I would never want to play Ruins, Huff, or Hydrant either. Hey, the only thing I gotta say, though, is that if a roller ends up winning the CTWC this year, it could end up sparking a revolution similar to Joseph's when he won 2018 with tapping, where over the next couple years, everybody takes up rolling, and then rolling is a predominant style. At that point, I mean, Das might truly be dead, if games really come down to being able to play past kill screen. Because one thing about Das is almost completely incapable of scoring past kill screen. I mean, there have been DAS players that have gotten level 30 and level 31, but probably not with any kind of decent score. Or at least enough score to contend with players that can actually play on kill streak like rollers. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens if a roller does win this year. Hey, if you're talking about Tegamu, I mean, Tega is a very dangerous DAS player. In my opinion, I think Tega is probably one of the top 5, maybe even top 3 DAS players in the entire community. I mean, last year I think Tega got 3 maxes from what I remember. Yeah, Hydrant definitely didn't retire. I'll tell you that much. Although, for the longest time, I did wonder who Jounce was until it was revealed. Yeah, definitely do not count Tega out. Tega's a definite dark horse. He gets in the main bracket. Okay, 471, 267. So yeah, 496 is currently GM's kicker, so still needs a little bit more work to be able to raise that. But still has about an hour and a half to go. Yeah, Rory also named it Fractal. Fractal's another player that could very well win it all. I think Fractal had maybe 9 or so maxes in one of the mock quals he did not so long ago. Rhubarb also. I think Rhubarb had 9 maxes in one of his mock quals too. Yeah, Chessmaster naming Eric as well. But I would be willing to predict the #1 overall seed is going to be 10 or 11 maxes, I think, this year. Yeah, Meme. That's another dangerous player Moo's naming. Yeah, Cobalt just saying Joseph got 9 maxes in a mock qual. That'll definitely be a top 8 seed if Joseph can get that as well. Hey, a player that has the stacking ability of Alex T, I would never count him out no matter what the handicap is. Even if it's not a keyboard using a controller, Alex T is a heck of a stacker. And stacking is something you really can't teach on controller. Okay, we got a transition from Kirby here. 523,000, getting another Tetris right away. 548,000 in the early stages of level 19 play. Kirby chasing an 892 here. Kirby has 7 minutes left, so Kirby will at least get one more try after this one. But Kirby definitely wants to be able to get a max out here. Kirby does have a very respectable kicker to go with the max out if he's able to get it. But at this point, the focus is definitely on getting the max. There is precedent for it because Nolan got a max in his very last game of the qual that he was doing yesterday. Could Kirby be the next one to do it? I got a feeling he might be. Okay, couple placements there. Be able to get an O tuck in. A Lombard will be able to fully fix column 3. Lombard's not coming there, so forced to plug it a little bit there. 612,000 at level 21, so still maxable range, but this digging is slowing down Kirby's pace a little bit. Okay, Kirby's hung that bar, not able to get it over. But 6 more minutes, Kirby's got one definite shot left at this. And if Kirby doesn't have a transition they like, Kirby could probably top out a little earlier and take one more shot anyway. But 6 more minutes, Kirby's got a shot at this max still. Everybody cheer Kirby on right now. Come on, Kirby. You got another shot here. Finish it off. Okay, Sador's getting the Kirby cheer going. Come on, everybody in the chat, cheer on Kirby. One last shot here. Yeah, we're getting the chain going. We got HP cheering it. We got MVD cheering it. We got the heart from Jordan. We got the Kirby from Javon T. We got Barrett cheering on with a Kirby symbol. Come on, Valor, Chessmaster, Amondeely. Everybody's getting in on it now. All right, Kirby, you got this. Come on, Kirby, take it down. Yeah, Kirby's still got 5 minutes here, so Kirby's got plenty of time to wait for a transition that he likes. Probably has enough time to probably get to around 60 or 70 lines to see what the transition score is. If Kirby doesn't like it, still have enough time to reset for another good shot. Yeah, Spider Waffle, Galumba had me full of that. Galumba totally destroyed me when I played them. I mean, I ended up losing 3-0, 3-1 to Galumba in CTL, and like every single game was a transition. I just got my doors totally blown off. And what blows my mind is if people say that Galumba is a player that's not considered aggressive, I'd be deathly afraid to face players that are. Great, pretty good start from Kirby in the early stages of this final game here. Still has about 4 minutes left on the timer, so if there is a dig, as I mentioned, Kirby has enough time to start over. But starting to pay off right now, getting a Tetris followed by another one. 115,000 to 22 lines, so only 2 burns so far. This is looking like a potentially good run for Kirby here. So Kirby's definitely got to be cautious though, so there is a Lombard dependency for him that could end up turning into some burns. The Lombard does come though, and Kirby is okay. I would say that's a mixed bag, Moodoost, because, like, aggressive players that aren't consistent are easy to beat, but when you run into an aggressive player that is consistent, they have an absolutely insane edge over conservative players. Like, my general style of play when I play competitions is I usually tend to play relatively conservative, go for like 400, 500,000 transitions, and then hope the aggressive player makes a mistake. But when I run into aggressive players that aren't making a mistake, I almost can't compete. I mean, I'm lucky to get a single game off an aggressive player that's not making mistakes. But it can go either way, though. Dog, I feel, plays very, very intelligent and very, very smart. Alex T, I feel, plays extremely, extremely aggressive and very smart as well. I mean, both of them are very good players. I've seen numerous 600,000 transitions from Dog. I've seen numerous 600,000 posts from Dog. Really, I mean, once you get to the point that you've really mastered the game, and there really isn't much of a style. You either have it or you don't as far as playing at the elite level. But I would say Alex T is more aggressive than Dog overall. Now, Simply Swift as Nenu, in my opinion, is the most intelligent builder I have ever seen. There's things Nenu can do that they look like misdrops, but they're actually deep, cunning stacking moves. I mean, anytime I see somebody make some 210 IQ stacking moves, I always call it Nenu level stacking. It's an actual term I have for it in my streams. And Rory has an opinion there, but from the games I have seen Andy and Dog play, Andy and Dog still look very, very deadly. It's all going to come down to how it can play in the main tournament, though. Yeah, but Max Vel 5, I would honestly say that Jonas was probably the greatest stacker of all time. I mean, the only thing that really held Jonas back from still winning CTWCs was the fact that he wasn't a tapper. If Jonas was ever able to tap and he was still alive, he'd still be winning CTWCs today. I don't think there will ever be a player again that can match how good of a stacker the builder Jonas was. Yeah, Fractal's another pretty good aggressive player there. Axe Student has a point on that one, too. Okay, it looks like this will be Kirby's final game here. 99 lines, 355,000. Not the best of paces for Kirby, but not the worst either. Kirby can still get a 500,000 transition here. And with a strong post, can still make a run at that max out. Yeah, I'm not sure Jonas would have, because it seemed like Jonas really started backing away from the community after 2019. Even before he passed away. I mean, maybe he would have, I'm not sure. But I know near the end he was pretty much only playing like the really big events like CTWC. So I'm not sure how much practice would have really went into it outside of just getting ready for CTWC. But I'll always remember Jonas as one of the greatest ever. He's still always going to be the GOAT in my eyes no matter what. No matter how many titles anybody wins or no matter how many high scores or 2 million some people get, Jonas is always the GOAT to me. Okay, Kirby about to transition in his final game right here. 454,000. Kirby still has 2 Tetrises available, 1 Tetris available now. Kirby opting to go for a final Tetris instead of just trying to take the triple to burn it in the kill screen. Gets that final Tetris, transitions 479,000. Is going to need a 520,000 post to be able to get it, but Kirby is capable of that. Gets a good tap there and ends up getting the first Tetris. 503,000 on the way there already. Just got to make sure you don't get in any crazy big digs right there. Okay, good stacking. There's another Tetris for Kirby. Kirby's already got 2 Tetrises in the post-transition. Just got to keep it clean, keep it smart, and go for about 10 or 11 more, and Kirby have a really good shot. Okay, Kirby building high, though. Kirby is building a little bit high. RNG's being a little rough here. Unfortunately, forced to take a stage where the Lombard does barely come. Wasn't able to fully get that Z piece in, but again, a little bit of a dig mode now, but if Kirby's able to get out of this, Kirby might be okay. Kirby is only about 8 or 9 lines up the board, so it's still very possible for Kirby to get out. Kirby is doing just that. Kirby is digging out. 563,000 at level 21. Okay, couple good pieces again, but still not getting the best RNG to be able to fully dig it, though, unfortunately. But nevertheless, still staying alive. A little bit of a misspin there. But still digging. Still digging is Kirby. Okay, another Lombard will be really, really good right now for Kirby. Does end up getting it. 577,000. Still digging a little bit, but this is probably going to be pretty tough for Kirby to get a max out at this point. I'm not getting RNG. RNG just trolling Kirby on that one. Yeah, Kirby unfortunately is done, but Kirby did, however, manage an 892,000 score in one of the games. That should definitely be enough for Kirby to get the bronze bracket. Great games tonight, Kirby. Definitely looking forward to seeing you in the tournaments later on. Hell yeah! Yeah, Kirby could be very tough in a lower bracket, Barrett, for sure. Okay, let's see if we have anybody going on soon. Okay, we're going to be having Nerds and Indie Rocker both going on in pretty soon, about 15 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and get them pre-set up. Yeah, Kirby should be pretty safe for bronze with that score, honestly. I do not believe Harry Hong's competing this year. I was actually surprised because he's a former world champion. Yeah, Paradigm right now, 25 minutes left, so Paradigm still got a little bit of time here. 445,000 currently for Paradigm. So at this point, probably going to need to try and get a little bit of post-transition play going to be able to try and challenge for the bronze bracket. But Paradigm's been fighting really, really hard. Definitely got to take our hats off to him for the fight that he's had. Yeah, Paradigm is definitely trying, Chessmaster. We definitely got to give him a lot of props and a lot of credit for that. As long as Paradigm sticks with it, that's PB is going to go up a lot in due time. So I've seen a lot of good, solid 18 play from him throughout this qual. Yep, Joey and Nerds are going to be up next. I already got their streams ready. As soon as they're live, I'll put them on. Yeah, one max at 945K. That would be absolutely insane if that's what it took to make the gold bracket. So 896 for silver and 791 for bronze. That would actually be pretty interesting cutoff numbers. And probably around what I expected them to be, actually. And what I should have done was I should have had some kind of like poll contest to see if people could guess what the cutoffs would have been. That would have been a lot of fun if I could have done it. I might do that next year. But I am going to be running a poll contest for the actual brackets to see who can fill out the best bracket overall. And then give a gift card prize to whoever can get it. I'm looking forward to doing that. Yeah, we have 210 total on the schedule, right? I'm not sure why Yanni's not competing. I liked watching Yanni play, so that is a little bit of a bummer. Yeah, pressing down does make sense in a lot of situations. Honestly, I used to press down when I first started. I don't think I've pressed down since maybe like the first 2 or 3 months I started playing. It's always one of those things that just screws up my rhythm when I do it. But there's a lot of players out there that swear by pressing down, so there's nothing I can really say about it. Wow, 650k transition, Prince Lena. That's awesome. Yeah, those predictions definitely aren't easy to make, especially with how crazy these people are that play. I mean, any of the players that enter this event are capable of going ham at any time. Oh, that's a bummer if that's the case, Mark. I would have loved to have seen Yanni. Yeah, I hope I don't have to wait that long, Power Hoden. I currently have a 951k PB, and I've only been in the 900,000 range for a little over 2 months. So I definitely hope I don't have to wait 5 or more months to get the max. Heck, I hope I can get the max in the qual I'm doing Thursday. That would be totally killer if I could. But I am not stopping grinding this game till I do it. I want that max more than anything else. I don't think Richard's competing this year. At least from what I heard. Oh, wow. That's crazy, Barrett. Hey, thanks so much, Valor. I'll definitely let you know when I do. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Richard play in at least a few months. He played a few seasons of CTL for a while, maybe like 3 or 4 seasons ago, but I haven't seen him in a while. Hey, thanks so much, Rory. I'm grinding for it. Now, even though I have a 951k PB, I have 23 800k so far, so I'm consistently getting close to it. It's just getting over the hump at the end. Yeah, my PB's right there, Arden. Not 951.060. Yeah, I still grind for about an hour or so, sometimes 2 hours every day. Always trying to keep myself fresh. Wow, that's crazy, Hoden. That's crazy. Hey, you doing a qualifier, Hoden?
Hey, thanks so much, Arden. I always have the faith. You know it. Yeah, Moodus has a point there, because I know for me, like, I'm 38, I have a full-time job, and I'm married, so I really can't practice more than, like, an hour or so a day, sometimes a little more. Like, I just don't have the time to grind to be able to go for, like, 1.1s, 1.2s, and stuff. So I honestly think a max out's going to be the peak for me as far as a grinding milestone. But I'm still getting a lot more into commentating, though, and running stuff in my server, so I'm enjoying that just as much. But I see myself focusing more on competition and just doing my server events and restreams after I get my max out as opposed to grinding. Yeah, Dimsy's got a point there. Definitely do not underestimate Nerds. To my knowledge, I think Nerds is the only player to ever skip 1.2 to get a 1.3. Is that correct? At least that's from what I think I remember it, right? Sorry to hear that, Power Hoden. Yeah, definitely look forward to seeing you in competition again soon, though. Now, Hydrant skipped like 1.5. I mean, Hydrant's just nuts. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick check and see if Nerds and Joey are ready. Okay, we also have a pretty good pace from Paradigm here. Definitely want to keep an eye on Paradigm. See if Paradigm can get a 500k here. Alright, 392, 116 lives. Looking real good for Paradigm. Come on. Okay, perfect setup here. 415,000, getting another Tetris. 438, one more Tetris, we got a new kicker for Paradigm. Paradigm's got 12 minutes left, too. So definitely a really, really great performance here for Paradigm to be able to get this late in the qual, staying firm. Alright, new kicker for Paradigm. Got it right there. That's what we're talking about. Oh, nice move from Paradigm there. Nice move. Come on, get the triple, get it down. 457, almost fully clean. Get a couple Tetrises, you'll be in great shape. Paradigm running into some trouble, but Paradigm does get a new kicker. New kicker right there, 457,046. Okay, and it looks like Nerds is live now, so we're going to bring Nerds in. Okay, we're also going to take a quick check on Joey as well, see if Joey's ready. Okay, looks like Joey's doing some warm-ups, but Joey is live. We're going to get Joey loaded in as well. Yeah, Nerds definitely does have a lot of instruments. I see a keyboard there. I see some guitars there. I mean, really impressive stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, we got Joey's a Dallas Stars fan here, too. Love it. Okay, VS9 Twitch, 3 maxes for Nerds. Pretty good number. I think that sounds about right. 3, maybe 4.
Wow, I didn't even notice that. 980,000 19 PB for Joey. That is nuts. I mean, there's some 1.2 players that don't have a 19 max out. And Joey almost has one there. I mean, I think this could be very, very possible for Joey to get on the board with a max out here. Definitely want to keep an eye on this. In fact, having a DAS 19 max out or even near a DAS 19 max out is an accomplishment in itself. I don't know. I just think the flat 9s across the board looks pretty intimidating when you think about it. Unless you're going up against like a 1.2 player. It's just something about all those 9s. I know for me that I intentionally am not using game cheating codes to increase the score. Because when I get my first max out, I want to make sure I see 9s across the board just to say I saw that number. After that, I'll put the game genie code on though. Hey, love to hear it, Toro Hex. Keep it coming. Yeah, calculating it by hand, I mean, that'll be interesting. I mean, nothing against doing that, but I mean, it'd be crazy. But the end, though, might not be that bad if you max on like 28. Or if you max on the final 10, just add 36,000, whatever your score was in 28. It might not be that bad, maybe. Okay, 205, 56 lines for Paradigm. Paradigm looking pretty good here. Just want to keep an eye on this score. Also, Joey has started his timer. Joey's off to the races now, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody cheer Joey on. I got a good feeling Joey's going to get at least one max here. Hey, Moped Mario, Concrete Bond Joey. Hey, Joey's not angry anymore. Come on. I haven't heard that song in a long time, Joey from Concrete Blonde. I feel like I need to listen to that again after I get out of here. Oh, that's neat, Yeehaw. I didn't know you could do that with Nestor's Champs. I tried using Nestor's Champs, but I couldn't get it calibrated right with my capture card. Because when I was doing the DILF tournament for Heist, I couldn't get it working. Would be nice if I could finally get it working at some point, though. Yeah, we got a nice opening game from Nerds right here. 695 going into a 724 right now on level 23 for Nerds. Nerds really clean here. Getting a little bit high, but a Lombard does come before it got too much more dangerous. Still looking good. 755 going into 24, the exact halfway point of proposed transition. So Nerds definitely still in range here. Wow, great adjustment right there from Nerds. Great adjustment. There are a lot of players that wouldn't even dare to make that adjustment. Fortunately, sealing the well here. This could be risky, but does manage to get a piece over. Wow, this is some ridiculous tapping speed from Nerds here. Honestly, I would have been dead like 20 lines ago if I had tried to do half the stuff Nerds is doing. Because it's one thing whenever you're able to tap. It's another thing when you're able to tap and play as high as you can on level 18. I mean, mad props to Nerds for being able to pull this off. 893 for Nerds already here. Only needs 3 more Tetrises, and it's got plenty of time to do it. Only got 21 more lines left to go to transition. Playing extremely high and aggressive here. Definitely has no fear whatsoever. However, is running into a slight drought, but did get a few pieces to burn it down. Does get 1 more Tetris. Needs 2 more to be able to get the max. Set up for 1. Has 3 burns available. 3 burns available to be able to get the max here. Wow, that's another sick tap. Does take 2 burns. Come on, gets one. Got one over. Come on, 229,000. Might have to set up for a dirty on kill screen here. Fortunately, not getting the best of setups for it. Gets a dirt. 979, 971. That is a great opening game from Nerds and a great kicker. 979, 971 for Nerds. Yeah, with gameplay like that in the very first game, I definitely see several maxes in the horizon for Nerds on this one. And Catkit's got a point. Just get that kicker out of the way right now. Why not? Yeah, Nerds definitely fought through those droughts, Hoden. Definitely. Hey, Paradigm going for some dirty Tetris this here. Definitely not afraid to play some good level 18 aggressive Tetris. Now, this one, I don't think I'm going to make a sub bet with 6-4 in this one, because this one really could go either way with Nerds. Ended up losing my sub bet yesterday when I said Jerpadu was going to get 7 maxes and he got 6. But I was more than happy to gift the sub over to 6-4 for that one. Either way, Jerpadu's still going to get a relatively high seed with 6 maxes regardless. I'm saying 3 maxes for Nerds if I had to guess. Okay, 309, 127 is a first kicker for Joey. Alright, looks like I already got Eder. We're good. Yeah, Jerpadu should definitely be top 16 with 6 maxes. Maybe even an outside shot to still be top 8, but if I had to guess, I would say maybe like the seed 11 or 12. Somewhere around that range. Yeah, 36 lines, 185, 40 lines, 208. That's mid to upper 600,000 transition range. Nerds is absolutely bringing the heat here, let me tell you. There will be multiple max outs from Nerds here tonight. I guarantee it. With playing with this kind of efficiency. Yeah, but then this weekend, all of the heavy hitters are coming in. Yeah, let me take a look and see who the next big players coming are. Honestly, checking tomorrow, I don't see any real heavy hitters tomorrow other than maybe Scotto Bozo. Then Thursday, I think Longboy I could see getting a couple maxes. Oscar Godinez I can see maybe getting some. Hazuli, Scamper, Blank. Blank is the one that could get multiple maxes on Thursday. Then Doge on Thursday. Doge is somebody I can see getting 4 or 5 maxes as well. Yeah, I would say over the next couple days, I would say Doge and Blank are the two that I could see getting high up the leaderboard before the big hitters come over the weekend. Longboy I could also see getting a couple as well as Scamper. Maybe Heist can get one as well. Okay, we got 39 seconds left for Paradigm. So Paradigm's got at least one more good shot here. Okay, my opinion of the players coming before the weekend, I would think Fractal has the best chance of passing Hydra for the most maxes. Hey, my man Sharky, great to see ya. Let me scroll up and see. Is it in the Discord, Sharky, or is it in the chat? Yeah, I haven't been checking Discord while I've been in here. Alright, I'll go ahead and check Discord. Alright, sure, yeah, you're more welcome to join the commentary, Sharky. It'd be awesome. Yep. Yeah, let me know when you're ready, Sharky. I'll go ahead and give you a Discord call. Alright, you got it.
Hello.
Hey, Sharky, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you, G?
Doing awesome. Never been better. Alright, you need me to share the screen, or can you still see the stream?
I think it'd be better to share the screen just for, low latency.
Alright, you got it.
Oh. AKA Grandmaster just got a new high score of 668,000.
Alright, 668-135. Let me go ahead and get that in. Six 668-135.
Alright, cool.
Alright, there we go. Got the screen share.
Like from my side or is it from your side? Because some people are saying there's an echo.
Yeah, I don't hear any echo. I don't know if you... Maybe you have the stream on. I'm not sure if you don't have the stream paused. I'm not hearing an echo here.
I'm just going by what chat says.
Yeah, I know. I had an echo when I started off. That was because I had the stream playing and it was coming in like a small delay. I just paused the main stream and went into the chat. Yeah, my prediction about who gets the most maxes, I'm still going with my original prediction of Pixel Andy. Although any of the players, Dog, Andy, Fractal, Rhubarb, Joseph, I mean, any of those guys are capable of passing Hydra and Nenu right now. Alright, does that sound better? I think I have my Discord call with Sharky. I had the mute on it. Yeah, 8 maxes is pretty sick from Corion. Corion's a player that really doesn't play all that much. When he does play, is very, very lethal. I wish he would play a lot more often. He doesn't even really play a whole lot of CTM events anymore. Yeah, I can't hear Sharky either. Yeah, let me check and see if it is. Now, I'm only getting my microphone and my regular desktop audio source on it.
It's probably from the call that I'm trying. Actually, let me go ahead and stop the screen. Does the screen share possibly cause it, maybe? Yeah, I don't see any other audio sources aside my stream. That's weird. I just have the main audio, and then I got the regular microphone. Yeah, I can't hear Sharky either. I'm not sure if Sharky's still talking.
Okay, is everything fine now?
Alright, I hear Sharky again. Yeah, I don't see anything getting duplicated from my side here. Check my audio sources. Let me see here. Yeah, it looks like my sources are good here. At least in Discord.
Test.
Alright, try it now. Is that better?
Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, I think it was my speaker. I turned my speaker off. Alright, good stuff.
Okay. Alright, just had to make sure it wasn't anything on
Yeah,
my
I can't
end.
hear Sharky, though. It's weird.
Wait, really? You can't hear me?
I'm probably gonna get some kind of headphone put in so I can hear Sharky. I do have a pair of headphones put away, so let me go get them real fast.
Well, while he's getting the headphones, how is everyone doing tonight? Personally, I'm doing fantastic. Okay, Power Hoden S. So, who seems to be the favorites this year? You know, pretty impressed by how much Hydran improved from last CTWC, but didn't really know the scene too much other than rolling becoming a thing. The thing is, when we talk about favorites and how they are this year, there is several players that are in contention for the World Championship to, you know, actually take home the T-piece. Because yes, you obviously have your new revolution of rollers, but you also have your very prominent, highly skilled tappers like JD, Nenu, Dog, Andy, for example. And so then it's really hard to tell. I mean, probably once the top 64 have been decided, you might be able to make an accurate, a more accurate prediction of who's going to go far, but it's really hard to tell. Yes, Ruins is playing. As far as to what he picked on his date, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, trying to get my headphones set up, guys.
Yeah, Mark E54. Rolling is essentially a faster way of getting pieces over, where you can achieve speeds of somewhere like 20 to 30 hertz, somewhere in that range, which allows you to obviously play higher on 18 and 19, but it gives 29 a playability.
Yeah, I do believe Fractal will be one of the best players.
Essentially playing it like it's a slightly faster 19. That is correct, Calculating Poet. They get 2 hours. Top seed prediction? Honestly, to give my prediction on top seed, that's really tough. Especially if I'm going on what I've seen over the past few days. Corion got 8 in his most recent mock qualifier, which would tie Hydrant and potentially give him higher if he had a better kicker. JD in his mock qual today got 9 maxes. Andy and Dog, especially with how Andy and Dog play competitively, they definitely can get somewhere around there. Fractal was able to tie JD's back 7 back record, which a lot of players have tied his back 7 back record. So to try and accurately predict, it is really tough, especially with how majority of these players are going to be playing this weekend. Stack Attack, no one is playing on emulator. Everyone's playing on hardware, whether it be an original NES or it be a Retron 1 or, you know, approved clone console. There we go. Joey improves on his score. Nerd's actually also on pace for somewhere around this could be 1.1 if he were to play it out, but this could translate to an early max, and that's ideally what you want, especially if you're, you know, one of the higher tier players. You want to get those, you know, 27, 26 maxes just to save some time. Is there a power ranking Classic Tetris players at the moment? I mean, there technically is ELO if you want to judge a player's, if you want to put a number to a player's skill, it would be using ELO. How accurate that is on judging their actual competitive prowess, however, that is, in a game of Tetris, anything can happen. Well, Joey improves on the score, 621. So that's good. Still has an hour and 37 minutes. And ooh, unfortunate top out for Nerds there. I understand that, JW. I also feel like if you don't know how many people are watching you, like, yeah, you know you're playing for CTWC, but if you don't know, then that might not necessarily impact your gameplay. Like last year, I had no idea there was 12,000 people watching me get destroyed by Ninu when I first faced him in the bracket. Give me 1 second to answer that question. I have to, oh, wow. Y'all told Grand Designs to, all right, I think audio's turned down.
Yeah, this headset thing's not working too well. Every time I try and get the headphones put in, it's just totally kept causing the music to go like that. Yeah, I didn't think doing the co-commentary was going to be this tough, honestly.
Okay. But Mokdamario, out of the names that I mentioned, Alex T is a newcomer to CTWC. Let's see, who else? Majority of people played in 2019.
Okay, is that a little better, guys? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear Grand Designs.
All right, cool. I think this is finally working here. My apologies there, but the headphones just didn't work well when I tried to put it in the stream. Even though it said headset heads, it looks like it just totally blasted the volume both times I tried it. My apologies, guys. Okay, I think we got it now.
Grand Designs, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so this is gonna be awkward because I can only hear you through the stream. I can't hear you through Discord, so there's a delay.
Oh wow. I don't know. Anytime I've tried to do something technical in the 2 days I've done this stream, it's always been a disaster. Like the first 30 minutes yesterday, I was having issues, and now like the last 30 minutes today, I was having issues. Everything was going smooth, and I can't turn that chance to do some good co-commentary.
Yeah, I agree with what the first thing. Check your Discord source and see where your mic is inputting, and if you have the right mic inputting in Discord, then maybe I'll be able to hear you.
Okay, can you hear me in Discord now?
Hold on, say that.
Can you hear me in Discord now?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I actually had it muted when I was trying to get the thing fixed before.
That would explain it.
Okay, now we're good. Hey, learning how to do this on the job, but you guys are all awesome in the chat.
All right, congratulations, we did it, chat. Can we get a?
Yes, we did it, and that deserves a hell yeah.
Yeah.
Grand Boomer, Valor knows it. I'm usually I work with technology too.
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
I know. Like, I'm a QA automation engineer, so I'm used to writing, like, thousands of lines of code every day.
Alright.
Yeah, chat does make a heck of a support team. I owe you guys. Hopefully this won't hurt my performance review from people like Vandy and Vince afterwards. Because I thought I was doing pretty good beforehand.
I think you're just still doing pretty good.
Thanks. I took a lot of the advice you guys had the other day into account.
Yeah, so Nerds is like 30 minutes in the qual. Joey is also 30 minutes. Well, a little bit less than 30 minutes in the qual. Nerds has had some really good games, like the game whenever you was fixing a lot of tech issues. He was on pace for a 1.1, like mid 1.1, and then had a misdrop and then couldn't quite recover despite having like arguably a full level of leeway.
Okay, Poopy should be starting any minute now, so I'm gonna go ahead and get Poopy loaded in.
All right, cool. I shall answer questions.
Go for it.
Stack Attacker says, Sharky is getting the max out early into our run. The longer it takes, seems like the tighter the player gets. Well, it really depends, because people handle pressure differently. So generally, at least for me personally, I'd like to try and get a good game within, you know, my first 30 minutes. And then I just try to take my mind off of it and try and play my best. Whenever you start realizing like, hey, you haven't maxed yet, then you're starting to let that pressure get to you, and it causes you to be more prone to just making, you know, simple execution error.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Like, even though I'm not a max out player yet, even when I try and go for like 800k, 900k scores, there's times I try and get way too aggressive early on, just make some really bad moves on 19. Oftentimes, I just try to play really conservative and get a score I'm like halfway happy with, and then the pressure ends up being off later in the qual.
Okay. What was the cutoff for last year? Gold, 917,000 by Moodus.
Yeah, it's crazy too, Sharky. With 917,000 being the cutoff last year, that might be the cutoff for silver this year. I mean, that's just how much better the players in this community have gotten.
I mean, I think the issue is we have no idea how crazy this weekend's going to be, because right now we already have 16 max players here in our first 2 days of qualifying. The weekend, that's where, you know, all the heavy hitters are. That's where a lot of your 1.2 plus players are, just to group them all together in one name. And so it is definitely unsure what the cutoff for silver could be, but it's definitely going to be higher than last year, especially with it, you know, silver bracket still being 32 seeds.
And the thing is, any of those players playing, like Fractal, Rhubarb, Dog, Andy, I mean, a few others I'm sure I haven't named, all of them could potentially challenge Hydrant's 8 maxes. So really, like, 8 maxes might be what you need to be able to get into the top 8. Where last year, I think Joseph was the only one who got 8 maxes. I think the highest was Eric at 7 last year, from what I remember. Yes, Alex T did join. It's going to be really, really crazy to throw him in, because I originally didn't think Alex T was playing. Yeah, Sidnev getting the first max out in quals last year was amazing. I only hope that I can do that this year.
All right, sorry about that. I am back.
And no worries. Yeah, I was just saying before you ended up dropping there, like with all the heavy hitters going, it makes me wonder how many people are going to try and challenge Hydrant's 8-8 maxes. And even then, like Hydrant and Nenu with 8 maxes, do you think the two of them could potentially be safe for top 8 to leave their brackets? Or do you think there could be enough people getting 8s and 9s with good kickers that it might even put that at risk?
Well, if I'm just to like go and name off potential players that could grab 8, Corion 1, Fractal for sure, that's 2. 3 would be JD, 4 Dog, 5 Andy, 6 would be Alex T, definitely a well capable player. I feel like there's also some other players that could potentially reach 8 just because of how consistent they play and competitive. Like Sidnev would definitely be a player that could reach 8. The Asian and Opox arguably could reach 8. So there's a few people that can reach 8 that are still here.
Yeah, another one, Eric can probably get it. Rhubarb.
I think 8 is most likely safe for top 8. Which, that's the funny thing about it is, even though we have, you know, qualifying to determine seeds, the seeds are kind of arbitrary because the skill level of like your top 64 players around the world, the skill level is insanely close. And if there is a gap, it's not a gap by that much. I mean, there's already like 100 1.2 players, so the seeds just kind of determines is like who your first opponent is going to be, and if you're going to really get in the loser bracket first round. Because like you get a bad seed and end up against Hydrant, dude. Unless you're you know a good player, chances are you're going to end up in losers bracket early.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I really think that, you know, this is just showing like qualifying, but this year is going to be a lot more contested than last year, because last year seeds were almost arbitrary. There are definitely some matches where you can tell like, oh, X player is the clear favorite here and we expect them to win just because of the skill level gap. But this year, with how much players have improved over the past year, I really think that seeds is just a number, and it's going to be down to the players themselves and how they execute on that day of doing their bracket.
Yeah, another thing I wondered, speaking of a lot of the players, like, we know that rolling is becoming a huge thing in the community. We got a lot of good rollers, like Huff's gotten into rolling, obviously Hydrant. I mean, we have Cheese, who really, like, was the first player to really be good at it. I actually wonder, in a sense, do you think it's a foregone conclusion that a roller could win the whole tournament, or do you think tappers are still going to be the leaders due to overall consistency?
It really depends. I feel like either tappers or rollers are likely to win the entire tournament, even though, well, I believe combined, not including you know, the players that already qualified, I think combined tappers and rollers are more than the DAS players that register. I could be wrong on that. I haven't seen the exact statistics, so I could be wrong on that. But overall, when you take a look at your high level rollers, you have, you know, these players that have, you know, several 100,000 points on level 29. You have players that, you know, have gotten 100 lines. And I mean, take it this for perspective. You take a game to level 35 just by lining out and playing safe. You score one Tetris, that's almost 45,000 points added to your score, not including all the other lines. And so then, even if you were to get a lead upon a roller or even a tapper that can somehow manage that reliably, it's still very unlikely to be able to determine as like, oh, this is definitely, you know, roller's gonna win, because a roller could have a bad day and they might find themselves in, you know, Hydrant's bracket or in Cheese's bracket, or, you know, another high profile roller knocking one of them out, because I believe there's only like 10 rollers, 11 that registered here.
Yeah, but either way, though, I mean, I don't know what game it's going to be or what round it's going to be, but I'm predicting there's going to be at least one game in the tournament that's decided by somebody scoring 6 digits on kill screen.
That would be interesting, because, I mean, in order to get into that situation, you yourself have to be playing inefficient. And the thing with majority of the rollers that are playing, they were very proficient stackers before they started rolling. whether it be with, you know, various play styles like Huff in particular. He's played DAS, he's played tapping, same with Miles. You know, they understand, you know, stacking and how to get those high scores. Rolling just gives them more range of motion, as, you know, it's 20 to 30 hertz movement.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
the thing a
then-
lot of people underestimate. I mean, like, even if you have the greater movement, a lot of it just comes down to stacking. And what Mudu's saying, like, DAS player can technically still win. I mean, a lot of DAS players, just through osmosis of playing and pretty much having to on level 19, a lot of them become very, very good stackers. So that being said, of the DAS players in the tournament, like, which ones do you think would have the best chance of potentially making a run at it? I mean, there's a couple like Heps, there's a couple like Tegamek. I mean, you're great.
I'm pretty sure
yourself. We got
Tega's
Jeff.
rolling though, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh?
What was he rolling? Did he say that he was rolling, or was he DAS? Because he's also a player that knows how to roll.
Who was? I missed it. Who was?
Tegamek. Because
Tegamek, yeah.
he also can roll.
Oh, that's interesting. But still, I'm just thinking like Scotto's pretty strong. I think Scotto might be more of a hybrid, but I thought Scotto was still primarily DAS.
I mean, it really depends, because it seems like, you know, this year DAS players have already, you know, stepped up in the first 2 days of qualifying. We had Valor tying, you know, Tega's record from last year of 3 qual maxes. You had Spavar with 2 and, you know, a 945. And then there's still plenty more DAS players to play. So depending on, you know, assuming that, you know, whoever makes it, I'd say that Heps is definitely a favorite to go far. Just given his competitive play, he is, you know, he does have a back-to-back comp max using DAS, which I believe is just me and Heps that have that. I could be wrong.
Wow, that's awesome.
But Heps is definitely a player that can make a far run.
Oh, Green Tea, AC.
Matt Martin, he could do something. He's really been, you know, he's been under the cover, kind of similar to what he did in 2019. But he could make a run. I just don't know how much he is competitive, or how good he is competitively. Green Tea, of course. I mean, he posted on Twitter one day his scores, and it was 998, 997, and I believe a 996.
Oh, wow. That's pretty consistent. I mean, Green Tea, I don't think's played any major competitions since like 2019. So it'll be really interesting. I'm really, really happy that he's back.
Yeah. I want to see. I'm hoping that something miracle happens with his schedule. So I can.
Oh wow!
just
Look at
get
this
a
dirty
test
play
match.
from Nerds here. Nerds almost had that max.
Dang, not even a higher kicker.
Yeah,
Just gonna soft reset that, so that's fine.
Yeah, still got an hour and 12 minutes. There still has plenty of time to get a few maxes on the board though. Yeah, but really, like, I think it's really going to come down to the brackets as far as how DAS is going to do. But I don't know who it's going to be. I hope it's you. But I think at least one DAS player is going to get to the final 16.
I mean, if we take a look at this statistically, there are more DAS players that are qualifying for CTWC than tappers and rollers combined. However, the DAS players that make it into the gold bracket can definitely be less. Right now, we already have 2 confirmed, Valor and Spavar. Regarding everyone else that is yet to qualify, we honestly don't know, and there could be even less DAS players that have made top 64 this year than last year, because the way qualifiers are shaping up, especially with, you know, how insane the weekend is going to be.
Yeah,
it could be you very much need, you know, 3 maxes to be 100% safe. Like 2 maxes and a low kicker might not be enough. I mean, we don't know how things are going to develop over this next week, but that is that's basically it.
Yeah, my prediction is I think it's going to be 1 max and a 900 kicker. Because when you look at the stats from last year, I think there were like 40 people that got a max last year. I think there were 20 or 21 that got 2 maxes. Like, the field is stronger and players have gotten a lot better. But overall, even if you doubled them, and let's say it was 80 players got a max, and then doubling the 20 or so, you got 40 to 45 players that got 2. You would almost have to triple the efficiency to get to the points that 2 maxes wouldn't get you in. But at the same time, I mean, like, you really can't count out the field how strong everybody's gotten. But I still think it's going to be 1 max and a 900 kicker.
Yeah, but that's the main thing, and I mean, you and I have seen it personally with what happened with Gauntlet. You know, even 6 months is a lot of time for players to improve. So, you know, a year of improvement, it's unsure how much a player can improve in a year. And
I know. I mean, there's some players I've seen in Gauntlet. I think there were numerous players that were drafted as Platinums that ended up going on to become Rubies. And that's only over the course of like a 6-month or so season, too.
Oh no, Joey with the misdrop on a 600k transition too.
I hate
Good
that.
quick taps, but that left is inaccessible unless he can get a couple of L's to flat burn. Yeah.
I just had one of those happen to me last week. I had a 602 transition and topped that instantly on 19. It's one of the worst feelings in the world when you squander a transition like that.
But I mean, I definitely feel like for sure it's going to at least require 1 max, because especially with how it is nowadays, like getting a max used to be, back when I got my first max, getting max was like, oh my gosh, you're amazing, you're cracked at the game. You know, people would talk about you for like the next week or so.
Yeah.
You get a max now, you get like your 20 minutes of fame, and then everyone moves on and waits till, you know, something else happens.
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of like a statement to how, like, I wouldn't say trivial, but how much easier it is for players to achieve a max.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know if this is the right analogy, but it's the analogy I use. I use a max out as the Tetris equivalent of bowling a 300. Pros can do it all the time. But for most players, it's a big rite of passage to go into the elite levels of the game.
Yeah, it looks like we got a good transition game over here for Lou. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to max this unless he plays with a really high efficiency. However, it is doable. Right now, he's around a max or 2 under ideal, and not to the point where you have to play perfect yet, but he's got to get in a scoring position sooner than later.
Yeah, usually the mindset that I use is like, usually around the midway point of post-transition 24. If I'm at like 750, I feel I'll have a legitimate shot at it without going ultra crazy. But if I'm over 750, I feel like I gotta like go like total balls to the wall aggression. Usually end up topping out when I try that. I don't know if that's the right number or the wrong number, but I use like halfway past 500, 750 going into halfway point of 24 is like, you're in range without having to go mega aggressive.
Yeah, but to be fair, I do feel like one reason why players are able to max as often as they do is simply because they have it broken down to a science. I mean, me personally, I have my own little pace guide that I follow, definitely modified from when me and Scout did that video, but it's to the point to where I can max, well, I have maxed every day that I've played.
Wow,
including,
that's awesome.
You know, coming off my break from going camping.
That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of times when I play, like, I generally use, like, if I can get at least one 750 to 800k in a practice session, I'm usually happy. I mean, I'm still not to the point that I can super consistently go after level 19 because I either play too aggressive or too conservative. But I usually use that as an indicator that I feel like I'm playing well. Because you really can't get around a 750, 800k without doing some damage in post-transition.
Lou gets their first score on the board, a 7-11. Very solid start. And, you know, it is their first game that is on the board, so... Wow, look at how fast Nerds is tapping up here.
It was ridiculous. It's too bad it's only a 521, because, I mean, if Nerds was able to get out of that, I mean, like, Nerds has the capability to get a 500,000-600,000 transition.
Yeah,
no
he's just
problem.
going to reset that. That's smart. I know I've seen, I know when Aurora was qualifying earlier, I know there was a lot of things in the chat why Aurora asking Aurora, like, why you keep resetting. Well, not necessarily asking, more like just questioning why you keep resetting. And I guess it would be a good point to bring this up. Soft resets end up taking slightly less time than waiting for the rocket screen. And at that point, you know, 600k isn't going to be a kicker that's worth anything, considering how high level players are this year. So it's just best to, you know, just soft reset and, you know, get those extra seconds, because there's been cases like Maddie earlier today had Maddie was missing out on a couple seconds to get one more game in, and unfortunately, they topped out right as soon as their time ran out.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to kickers too, like if you look at the board right now, I think all but like 2 or 3 players that have maxes have 900 plus kickers. So that's another testament to consistency too. Like there's really nobody here that fluked a max. Like they were all getting close before they got the maxes.
I do also want to stress one thing, which I think it's not necessary. It doesn't affect too many players, but it is something that is important. And I guess that's awareness of your time. I mean, players that have played in CTM or CTB, anything that requires, you know, timed qualifications, you know, you're used to being aware of how much time you have. But in other cases like CTWC, being aware of your time is absolutely the most important. Especially when you tick down to that last hour, and especially those last 30 minutes, each run you have is now valuable. If you're not off to a good start and you're trying to get another max, or you're trying to get a high kicker, you want that 500, 550 plus transition. You know, it's important for you to weigh the opportunity cost of you continuing to play that game out. Because, I mean, a game could start bad and you could make it back up. I mean, that's what happens with, you know, a lot of players' games where, you know, they had like 140 at 60 lines and then they come out and get a 1.1 because they had an amazing post. That still can happen, but at the same time, if that doesn't happen, now you just lost 5 minutes off your clock, which that could be, you know, 1 or 2 more attempts with resets.
Yeah, a lot of times when I play quals, like if I get to around the halfway point, or if I get into a really rough dig in the beginning, it's like, even if I do get to transition, like I'm not a skilled enough player to be able to, like, obviously I haven't maxed yet, I only have a 951 PB, but like if I don't get to transition with at least like somewhere in the upper 400,000s, if I'm like trying to chase a really, really high score, I mean, if I catch myself only at like 150,000 and halfway through, I just reset it.
All right, hold the phone. We got something going on here on the bottom left with Joey.
Yeah, 712. That's really good. Level 23. You want to keep an eye on this one for sure. Yeah, 742 now. Looking pretty good at the halfway point of post-transition. Probably needs about 7 Tetrises to seal this. Already got 1. Still clean.
Yeah, at this point, this is definitely safe max territory. He has plenty of lines to burn. All he needs to do is just focus on playing clean. If he, you know, gets into a situation that's uncomfortable, just burn out of it.
Yeah, 5 more to go, level 25. As long as there's no crazy burns, as long as nothing super aggressive happens, I think Joey's got this. But that long bar dependency is looking a little bit dicey, though. Did reopen it. LP's dependency. There it is.
Yeah.
That was close, but I think Joey's going to be okay. Joey still needs 4 Tetrises and change. 5 definitely.
Yeah, so he does have some leeway. Gets Tetris ready very nicely.
3 more. Still looking good. 22 more lines to go, so can still afford to take a little bit of safe burns if needed. 886.
Right, at this point, he needs 3 Tetrises, which he can take necessary burns. This is 3 Tetrises or now 2 Tetrises, and probably a triple or 2, which I think triple awareness.
Oh no, misship, but could still be okay. Oh, I think it missed the adjustment there. Might have been able to adjust a little bit of Tetris. Still gets it. Come on, one more Tetris and a few burns. 36,000 for the last Tetris, so a few burns should be able to seal this.
If he gets another long bar or even a J, perfect J.
Come on, you can set this up. You can set this up here.
Come on,
set it up. Set it up. 30. There it is. Set up. Come on, Joey. Get this. Come on, Joey. One more long bar. Give him the long bar. Give Joey the long bar. There it is. Oh no! Joey had it.
Oh, that's unfortunate. At that point, yeah, I would have just thrown pieces over to the right.
Yeah, 966, 533.
But still, amazing score for Joey right there.
Yeah, that's a solid kicker if Joey's able to get a max. 966, 533. Let me get it in the sheet.
But I think the major thing about that score that Joey just said, that's a huge confidence booster.
Big time.
Like, yeah, you were close, but especially after your next best score was 600,000 and you improved on that by 340k, that could be what Joey needs. Is like, all right, cool, I can do this. Let's try and get this max. You still got an hour left, so plenty of time. But still, amazing game over there by Joey.
Yeah. Also, at this point too, with a 966 kicker, looking at the kickers of a lot of the other players, like Nolan with a 961 kicker, if Joey is able to get the max, it would put him past Nolan. Like, so far with all the players that have 2 maxes, most of the kickers are 945, 932, 959. A lot of the 2 max kickers are a lot lower. So if Joey gets 2 maxes here, this would definitely cement a really, really good seed. Even with the 1 max, having a high kicker like that should be able to get him into the field. All right, looks like Quade's about to be going live now.
All right, and Grandmaster is ticking down on his last 10 minutes here.
All right, looks like Vanny's ready to go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give him about 5 more minutes to go ahead and get Quade set up, and then Vanny can take over.
Sweet.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun commentating today. Again, forgive the technical difficulties getting Sharky set up, but now that I know how to do it, it won't happen again.
Alright, so Grandmaster's going to reset that.
Hey, thanks so much, Valor.
I think the most important part is that, you know, we had fun, chat, you know, also had fun, but also, you know, got some insight to the game, especially since, you know, there's a lot of newer players here and rather players that just not too many people know about.
Hey, thanks so much, Pappy. Love getting everybody fired up. Hey, JD, love it. It's always so good, you know it.
Hey JD, maybe this Saturday we can do it for old time's sake. Only the OGs that were there that Saturday night will remember me and JD commentating.
Yeah, I'm hoping JD does some more Gauntlet with you next season too, because I really enjoyed his commentary in the few he did.
I mean, hey, that's up to him, but.
Okay, we got Quaid on now, guys. Hey, Quaid's gonna get these scores to Mars tonight. I got a feeling.
Wonder if he'll go for all center will max.
I hope so. He's one of my favorite players to watch when you see some of the moves that he makes. I mean, I've tried to play like him on a few occasions, and it's like anytime I get in any bad RNG, I just can't do it. I got mad props to his style.
Van Willer asked if you can put him in slot 1. He prefers 4-way.
Alright, I'll go ahead and get that. So, of the players left right now, it looks like there's only 5 minutes left for AKGM. So, I'll go ahead and switch that over.
Ooh, Nerd's here with a good game. This could even be an early max for Nerds as long as he keeps this up. This looks around what you're looking for, 1.1.
Yeah, 766 at 22, very, very efficient.
And I think he recognizes that. He's taking these conservative burns, which, you know, you do want, when we're talking about a format to where you're just trying to get as many maxes as possible. You don't need a 1.1. You don't need a 1.2. It's not like you're trying to get into, the Masters event for CTM. You're just trying to get as many maxes as possible. And so when you have pace like this, you're like, oh, I can take a certain amount of burns. I can be safe about certain situations, which I think that recognition Nerds definitely has at this game. And it's showing well with how safe he played 23, dealing, with that rough piece sequence.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of players throughout the quals that I've done over the last 2 days just feel like they're trying to play for 1.2s and end up topping out around 700,000-800,000. That's a very, very important skill people really need to learn in this format.
I mean, I guess it also depends on what you practice. I mean, me personally, I don't go for PBs. I go for maxes. But that's also why whenever I play competitive, I do have a lot of competitive maxes.
And the thing is, unless you're playing some of the most elite players in the community, a lot of times a max and comp will be enough to win.
Yeah, but now Nerds only needs 2 Tetrises. He has all the time in the world. He can, try and get built up for the perfect board. Oh no, the parity.
Still good though. Actually, at this point, Nerds can almost even line it out, but already said Nerds is going to do it in style.
Yeah. A small little indecision right there.
There we go, on the board.
But, yeah, Nerds is good.
All right, so I'm getting Quaid in seat 1 right now, and then go ahead and let Vandy take over. Okay, looks like we got seat 1 ready for Quaid. Okay, looks like the board is good here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let Vanny take over now. Thanks so much for co-commentating with me, Sharky. Love to do it again soon.
No problem. All right.
Now that I know how to do it, we won't have the technical difficulties next time. Because the last couple of times I co-commented with somebody, I guess maybe their audio wasn't too bad, but like I had the other setup and it worked fine.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck was going on, but
yeah,
hey.
But we got it.
Anyways, I'm going to sign out. I'm your favorite underwater host, Sharky, and I'll see y'all whenever I do.
Hey, thank all you guys for watching today. I'm Grand Designs right here. You guys are all the best. Have a lot of fun the rest of the evening. Hell yeah! Stream key doesn't work. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't end it yet because I was waiting for Vandy to tell me it was going. Actually, I have to end it. I have to end this. That's why the stream key doesn't work. Okay, I'll end it right now.